Aloha mai kako, and good morning. This is the June 9th, 2021 Land Use Commission meeting, which is being held using interactive conference technology, linking video conference participants and other interested members of the public via the Zoom internet conferencing program in order to comply with the still ongoing state and county official operational directives during the COVID-19 pandemic. Members of the public are able to view the meeting via the Zoom webinar platform. For all meeting participants, I want to stress to everyone the importance of speaking slowly, clearly, and directly into your microphone. Before speaking, it's helpful if you identify yourself for the record. Please also be aware for all meeting participants that this meeting is being recorded in a digital record of the Zoom meeting. Your continued participation is your implied consent to be part of the public record for this event. If you do not wish to be part of the public record, you should exit the meeting now. This Zoom technology allows the parties and each participating commissioner individual remote access to the meeting via our own personal digital devices. Due to that, please know that due to matters entirely outside our control, one or more people may experience disruptions during the meeting at any given time. If such disruptions occur, please let us know and please be patient as we try to restore the signals to effectively conduct business during the pandemic. If you are calling in by phone and you wish to testify on this meeting, when I call for a raising of hands, you can use the key sequence *9 to virtually raise your hand. Otherwise, whether you're accessing this by phone or desktop Zoom software, there should be a raise hand option. I will repeat this when it comes time for public testimony on the various matters before us. I'll also share with everybody now that we will try to take breaks approximately 10 minutes every hour during the course of our proceedings. My name is Jonathan Likeke Schwerer, and I have the pleasure and honor of serving as the Land Use Commission Chair at this time. Along with me, Commissioners Ed Axon, Don Chang, Gary Okuda, Arnold Wong, and our Executive Officer, Dan Oredinker, our Chief Planner, Scott Derrickson, our Chief Clerk, Riley Hakoda, our Deputy Attorney General for the day, Dan Morris, our Program Specialist, Natasha Canones, and our Court Reporter, Jean McManus, are all on the island of Oahu. Commissioner Leo Higashi is on the island of Maui. Commissioner Nancy Cabral is on Hawaii Island, and Commissioner Dan Giovanni is on Kauai. We currently have 8 seated commissioners of a possible 9. Excuse me for 1 second. Our first order of business is adoption of our minutes from the April 28th and 29th meetings and our May 26th meetings. Mr. Hakoda, has any written testimony been submitted regarding adoption of the minutes?
The Chair, no written testimony has been received.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who may wish to testify on the adoption of the minutes from our April 28th and 29th meetings or May 26th meetings? If so, use the raise your hand function on Zoom. Seeing none, commissioners, could we have a motion to adopt the April 28th and 29th minutes? Commissioner Okuda, you wish to recuse from both of these adoptions?
This is Gary Okuda. Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to abstain because I was not present because I recused myself from the matters that were considered at the meetings. So I'd like to abstain.
Thank you. Sorry for stating it was recusal. Your abstention is noted. Is there a motion to adopt the April and 28th and 29th minutes, Commissioner Cabral?
Yes, I'll make a motion to adopt both sets of minutes. And I also would like to make note to thank the staff, Riley and Natasha, for the excellent job they do taking those minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a second, Commissioner Wong?
Chair, this is Commissioner Wong, I second.
Okay, so a motion's been made to adopt both sets of minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Ardenker, why don't you poll the commission?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion is to adopt the minutes. Commissioner Cabral. Commissioner Cabral.
Yes, sorry.
Commissioner Wong.
Aye.
Commissioner Exxon.
Yes.
Commissioner Chang.
Aye.
Commissioner Giovanni.
Aye.
Commissioner Ohigashi.
Aye.
Commissioner Okuda.
Abstain.
Sorry, abstain. Chair Scheuer.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The minutes are adopted unanimously with one abstention.
Thank you. Our next meeting agenda item is the tentative meeting schedule. Mr. Ordenker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the tentative meeting schedule is quite short at this point in time. We are anticipating a number of filings. We're also anticipating a possible change to the governor's emergency proclamation. As a result, we only have scheduled things into July. Tomorrow we will be here to discuss the Hokula Place matter. On June 22nd, we will be having a meeting by Zoom for the adoption of order in the two matters that we're hearing today, the Pōhākea, Maui, and the Oahu solar matters. In July, the only thing we have scheduled so far is on July 14th and 15th, the Cooler Ridge matter on Maui order to show cause. And then, as I mentioned, the rest of the calendar is in flux.
Thank you, Mr. Ordenker. Commissioners, are there any questions? If there's no immediate questions, Mr. Ordenker, would you expand slightly on the potential that the governor's executive order on our meetings might change?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our understanding is that the governor is contemplating suspending or not continuing the current suspension of Chapter 91 and Chapter 92 that currently allows us to hold meetings by Zoom. There is a bill that has passed that would allow us, the legislature that amended Chapter 92, that would allow us to continue to hold Zoom meetings. However, that bill does not, assuming that's signed by the governor, does not come into effect until January 1. So meetings that are held between the end of July or August 8th, I believe, through January 1 will have to either be held in person or we will have to revert to the old style virtual meetings where commissioners on all islands will have to be in a public location and will have to be noticed in that manner. And the commissioners on Oahu will have to be on the location.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Ordenker, two things. I want commissioners to ask any questions. I'll note whatever you guys tried to do to change the microphone system where you are is worse. I'm having a very hard time hearing you. So are there any questions for Mr. Ordenker? Commissioner Cabral?
Yes. Is there any possibility or suggestion that we might, as citizens and commissioners in our position, write to the powers to be and ask that this ability to be on Zoom continue until the law takes effect in January? It's one lacks common sense to have us go back to live meetings. And right now, although things are immensely better than they were, we still, for those of us who get to fly, it's a little paranoia to think you're so close to so many people and that. So I would like to encourage the governor to continue with this ability to meet on Zoom. And then we would have that option to meet personally or on Zoom. And of course, there's the budgetary expenses too, to go with travel. So can we find out if we can do something of that nature? Or what's your suggestion?
I will discuss it with the governor's office and see if the commissioners can write letters individually or how they want to do things. But I would think that any input from the commissioners is appropriate.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anything further, commissioners? Okay, if not, our next agenda item, item 4, is transcripts in lieu of the minutes, to consider whether we can use transcripts in lieu of the minutes under HRS Chapter 92, Section 9. Mr. Hakoda, is there any written testimony on this matter?
Mr. Chair, there's been no testimony submitted on this.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify on this particular matter, which is proposed action regarding considering whether we use our full transcripts as the record of our meeting rather than a set of summarized minutes? Seeing none, Mr. Ordenker, please provide, Mr. Ordenker, please provide your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This matter arose in part to our to circumstances associated with our limited staffing. One of the things that takes an inordinate amount of time to prepare, or a lot of time to prepare, is the minutes for each meeting. In discussion with our attorneys general, we inquired as to whether or not the full transcripts and the recordings that we make of these meetings could be substituted for the minutes. They provided us some information, specifically 92-9, HRS 92-9, which requires the board to keep minutes, record minutes of all meetings, but then goes on to say a full transcript or a recording of the meeting is not required. The minutes shall contain the date and time and place of the meeting, the members of the board recorded as either present or absent, the substance of all matters proposed, discussed, or decided, and a record by individual member of any votes taken, and any other information that any member of the board requests be included. In 2017, that was amended to include the requirement of a timestamp. Based on our discussions with the attorneys general, we believe that the transcripts can serve as the minutes. I know they're a little more cumbersome to review. However, it may allow us to devote staff to a more efficient and useful, and basically to make staff more efficient. However, we wanted to bring this to the commission to get their approval on no longer supplying minutes, but rather just supplying the transcripts.
Sorry, was that the end of your statement, Mr. Ordenker?
Yes, it was, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioners, Commissioner Chang.
I'll defer. I'll let Commissioner Cabral speak first. I think she had a comment.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Chang. Well, I very much enjoy the minutes. I live in a world where minutes are very important, and I like very much the summary of what took place. But I can appreciate that they are undoubtedly very time consuming. And so I can appreciate that we can have staff do better things. But I also read in my preparation for today that that's taking place also with Jean McManus, who's been our wonderful court reporter for us for many years, that position is also changing in some different format. Is that part of this whole entire plan, or is that a separate act from the actual minutes themselves?
That's actually separate. Unfortunately, technology has caught up with court reporters, and it is now possible and less expensive and maybe even some increased efficiencies to do this, to create the transcripts electronically.
Well, we'll miss Jean if we ever get to meet again, but, so, okay. I like the minutes that the staff does do for reading, but I can appreciate that we can use them in better ways. So I'll go with that recommendation, but I want to show my appreciation for those nice summaries that I read all the time. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang.
Thank you. My comment is, I do understand how time consuming doing the minutes are, but in my view, I would prefer if we could keep the minutes versus in lieu of the transcripts. I think for both the public and the commission, having to review the entire transcripts, one, that would require all the commissioners to review the transcripts first to determine its accuracy before the public, before it becomes final. I would suggest or recommend that perhaps in lieu of the detailed minutes, perhaps we can do a compromise of something less than that. I know other boards and commissions have scaled down the minutes, but I would continue to prefer to have minutes in lieu of the transcripts being the record for the commission. That's just my own personal feeling. Thank you.
Commissioner Ohigashi.
I'm just asking a question. How would the executive session be handled? Will we have separate minutes for those?
Yes, that is correct. We always have separate minutes for executive.
Mr. Ardenker, to follow up on the statement from Commissioner Chang, we will have transcripts no matter what, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we simply have multiple records of the meeting currently.
That's correct. That's excuse me, that's currently the way we work.
Okay, Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not to be too technical, even though I am too technical, but one concern I always had about having minutes is the question of what is the official record of the proceeding. I think the official record are the transcripts, and I don't think this issue has ever been litigated, but I'm sure some creative lawyer at some point in time might claim that if the minutes stated something which is contrary or in conflict to the transcript, that creates some type of issue later on. So, me just personally, I see the benefit of providing summaries in minute form for the public, and we should be as transparent and as easy to, allow people to know what's going on. But I think that's my concern about having minutes, that there's a possibility of a conflict. But Mr. Chair, if I can just comment on not having a live court reporter, and this is just my own, personal view based on knowledge of some bad luck situations. But, having a human being actually taking down the transcript, even though we might have an electronic copy and a video copy, I believe that ensures a more clear or accurate transcript. And this is the reason why. A machine or a computer cannot really determine ahead of time whether or not people are speaking clearly, people are talking over each other, or whether or not there's some type of technical difficulty. And, there is a danger that if for some reason we do not have a clear transcript electronically, it just might create other issues where we might have to redo the proceeding ahead of time. So I understand there's efficiencies of going strictly electronic and eliminating the actual human court reporter, but the human court reporter brings an additional level of clarity and security, and especially where we're acting in a quasi-judicial setting where the record is really important, especially oral testimony, I think we should be careful not to eliminate the human court reporter, even though it adds to the cost of the budget. And the final point is this concern I have about the sometimes frailty of electronics is based on the fact that at the First Circuit Court, probate court, for about 1 week, probate court generally does not have a physical court reporter there taking down the transcript, probably because there's a belief that a lot of stuff there is just routine and non-controversial for the most part. But what happened was the court clerks thought that the court system was electronically recording the proceedings. And a week later, court staff found out, because somebody was asking to get a transcript of something that was contested, they discovered or publicly announced that the system did not record about 1 week's worth of court proceedings. And so I would just urge a little bit of caution here that, yeah, it's true that having a court reporter does add to the cost, but I think generally speaking, the cost is probably worth it. So that's just my comment, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Okuda.
Chair, I would just like to point out that this is actually an experiment, that we have a 1-year trial for this type of court reporting.
Sorry, Mr. Ordenker, just to keep on to the agenda, we're not actually discussing the matter regarding court reporters on this agenda, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
So were you hoping for a motion or just a sense of the commission at this time?
If there's a consensus on the commission, I wasn't really looking for a motion. I think we just wanted to discuss it with the commissioners.
My sense is there's not a consensus at this time.
Yeah, that's my sense as well. So we will continue to do minutes until we're hoping that it's a temporary problem, because we're hoping that the governor will allow us to hire additional staff. And once that occurs, then we should become more manageable. Given the sentiment of the commission, we'll continue to do these minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anything else, commissioners? Seeing none. Our next agenda item is docket number SP 06400, Pōhākea Quarry, Maui. To consider Hawaiian Cement Pōhākea Quarry's application for a 15-year time extension request for a special use permit to continue operation of the Pōhākea Quarry in the state and county agricultural districts at Ma'alaya, Island of Maui, Hawaii, TMK number 23-6-004:007, special use permit 1/2006-0001 and CUP 2006-0001. Will the parties please identify themselves for the record?
Chair, I don't see an applicant representative as a panelist. I do see there's an attendee raising their hand, Brian Esmeralda. He may want to do that as a, I think he's the applicant representative. You may want to allow him in as a panelist.
I'm doing so right now. He is employed by Manekio Hiraga, who did the presentations. Mic check and camera, Mr. Esmeralda.
Morning, Chair. This is Brian Esmeralda of Munikio Hiraga.
And you are here on behalf of the applicant?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there anybody else from the applicant with you?
Yes, there's Dave Gomes of Hawaiian Cement, also on the meeting this morning. He's joining with Carlin Fukuda of Munikio Hiraga. They're together on Maui, so they may be under her
Okay,
name.
if they will raise their hands. Thank you, Carlin. And I note Mr. Hopper, Paul Fossey is also here.
That's correct. And I think Deputy Director Jordan Hart was here. I think,
He is as well. Okay.
yes. I mean, I don't know if they'll necessarily need to speak, but if you want to make them panelists, I
At least
suppose.
for appearances.
Mhm.
Okay. So let's try this again. Let's do appearances. Let's start with the applicant and then followed by Maui County. And then let's also register any appearances from the Office of Planning. So either Mr. Esmeralda or Ms. Fukuda. Would you state who's here on behalf of the applicant?
Sure, Chair. Good morning. My name is Brian Esmeralda of Munikio Hiraga on behalf of Hawaiian Cement. And Dave Gomes from Hawaiian Cement is also on the call this morning.
Okay. Maui County.
Michael Hopper, Deputy Corporation Counsel representing Maui County Department of Planning. With me are Deputy Director Jordan Hart and Planner Paul Fossey.
Mahalo. And Office of Planning.
Good morning, Alison Kato, Deputy Attorney General for the Office of Planning. Also here for this matter are Rodney Funakoshi and Aaron Sitagawa from the Office of Planning.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me briefly update the record. On June 4th, 2021, the Commission mailed the meeting agenda for today's meeting to the parties in this docket and the statewide and county mailing lists. On June 8th, the Commission received the applicant's partial application for a 15-year time extension request for a special use permit. So technically, the filings for this docket do not strictly adhere to our administrative rules. Despite difficulties in obtaining hard copies of the application from the Maui County Planning Department, the Commission is proceeding with hearing this docket contingent upon receipt of the promised documents, which are expected to be delivered to our office. The digital copies were available to our commissioners and the public for review prior to this meeting. Let me now go over for the parties and the public our procedures for today. First, I'm just going to note that written testimony has been received in this matter. As of earlier this morning, written testimony had been received from the Sierra Club Maui Group, West Maui Construction, and Alpha Inc. I will also allow for any interested members of the public to offer oral testimony. I will do so allowing people who are attendees to use the raise their hand function. If they raise their hand, if they're calling in, it's done by dialing *9. If you are via software, it is done by using the raise your hand function. I will bring you in. I will ask you to limit your testimony to 3 minutes, at which time you will then conclude and be available for questioning questions from the parties and the commissioners. Following that completion of any public testimony, we will allow the applicant to make their presentation. We will hear from the County of Maui, and the State Office of Planning will be given an opportunity to comment. The Commission can then ask any final questions of all of the parties. If I didn't make it clear, that the commissioners will have an opportunity to ask questions of parties after each presentation. Then there'll be a round of final questions after all parties will go, and then the Commission will potentially go into deliberation. And as I've announced before, from time to time, there will be short breaks taken approximately every 50 minutes. Are there any questions for our procedures today, starting with Mr. Esmeralda? Any questions?
No, Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Hopper?
No, Chair.
Ms. Kato?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. I've noted the written testimony. If there are people who wish to deliver oral testimony on this matter, please raise your hand. I recognize Antoinette Dene, which I believe is Lucienne Dene. I'm going to promote you to be a panelist. If you will enable your audio and video.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Ms. Dene. I'm going to swear you in, then ask you to state your name and address for the record, and then proceed with your testimony. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Okay. Again, name and address for the record and then proceed, please.
My name is Antoinette Lucienne Diné. Somehow this computer picks up my full name. My address is P.O. Box 610, Haiku, Hawaii, on the island of Maui, 96708.
Okay.
I
thank
am
you.
testifying on behalf of Sierra Club Maui Group that reviewed this matter and took a vote at our recent board meeting authorizing written testimony to be sent. As noted in the written testimony, Sierra Club has tracked activities in this general area for a number of years, and we have received comments and concerns from members of the public who are familiar with both the extent of Pōhākea Stream Gulch. We asked to testify in essence because we want to speak for this place. This is not an erosional feature as is sometimes characterized in reports. It is actually a stream gulch. If you looked at older USGS maps from the 1920s and even I think the 1950s, it was shown as a blue line because before our watersheds were decimated by the process of growing sugar and taking all the water from every elevation possible. This was a free-flowing stream that flowed into Kealia National Wildlife Refuge, what is now the refuge. There are endangered species of flora and fauna that live in the gulch and in the vicinity of the gulch. There are several rare and endangered native plants that have habitat in Pōhākea Gulch at higher elevations. And there are also yellow-faced bees, which are an endangered species that was listed a few years ago, I think around 2016. And they are found in the vicinity of the gulch. I don't think surveys have been done of the gulch itself because of the private ownership of it. But these are areas of concern. The grading methods, it seems, for the expansion of the quarry, it's unclear just how near to the gulch this grading is going to take it. So we are asking that there be more documentation provided. This gulch is a moku boundary on traditional maps. Even if you look in Elsbeth Sterling's site of Maui, the moku of Wailuku, the boundary, the most Makai boundary in the south is shown as Pōhākea Stream Gulch. It is also connected to the sacred spot of Pu'uhele, which has now been mined and destroyed, but retains its sacred quality. Pu'uhele is also overlooking Pōhākea Gulch. So we just want to speak for the fact that there needs to be a very complete boundary survey done of the area that is proposed before any new grading permit is for extensive time limit is given, so that it can be determined if there will be adequate buffers for this gulch and adequate procedures to keep machinery as a collateral way of impacting the gulch. The bee habitat, I will mention, is very nondescript. You don't see big beehives or anything with these endangered native bees. They nest in areas that are just like little piles of twigs and things. So it's not like that you would just walk up and down and say, oh, didn't see any beehives, we're good. There really needs to be a diligent effort made. And also we have received complaints that there are abandoned machinery and equipment in the gulch. This is a high fire risk area. It burns every few years.
I can ask you to start to summarize your testimony, Ms. Diné.
Anyway, we would like you to request that all abandoned vehicles and machinery are removed in the interest of public safety as well. So thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Diné? I'm going to start with the applicant. Any questions for Ms. Diné?
Thank you, Chair.
Actually, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Esmeralda.
Thank you, Chair. I have no questions for Ms. Diné at this time.
Maui County.
No questions, Chair.
OP.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioners. Commissioner Wong, followed by Commissioner Okuda, followed by Commissioner Chang, followed by Commissioner Ohigashi. Wong.
Thank you, Chair. First thing I wanted to ask, is shouldn't we swear in the applicant because he's not an attorney?
Yeah, fair enough. Mr. Esmeralda, as well as Ms. Fukuda and the client's representative, do you swear or affirm any testimony you give is the truth?
Do.
Ms. Fukuda?
Chair, I'm bringing in Dave Gomes, who's in
Okay.
the office with me here. So I'll have him swear in also,
Okay.
but I do swear.
Okay, thank you.
I do swear.
Mahalo. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wong, continue.
So, Ms. Dine, I have just one question. Where was this information that you gave to us given to the county during their process?
I have no knowledge of whether it was or not. There are several people who have this area, people who gather in the area. I'm not at liberty just to say, who, what, when, and why. Also, part of our knowledge of Pōhākea Gulch is that we do service outings in the area along Honolulu Ridge, which is right immediately above the area of the quarry, at a higher elevation in Manaka Halavai. And so we have seen the headwaters and the top part of the gulch and know that it's, quite a worthy biological area.
But the question I'm asking is, did the Sierra Club as a organization go in front of the county during their time to state their concerns?
No, we missed that agenda item.
So the question is, as you know, we had this on the docket. How come we had got your letter so last minute?
The Sierra Club in Maui has no staff, and our actions need to be approved by our board of directors. Our board of directors met Monday. The letter was written on Tuesday for your Wednesday meeting. So
the other question I have is, since the Sierra Club as a organization did not send in anything to the county, did any one individual of this organization send in their concerns to the county during the county's process?
It is possible that some did, but they didn't necessarily let me know.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nate. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Wong. Commissioner Okuda, followed by Chang, followed by Ohigashi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Dine. My question is for clarification. Is the Sierra Club or the chapter that you speak for absolutely against quarry use in the area, or is it you would be okay with quarry use provided that there are reasonable protections placed there, even though we might argue what would be those reasonable protections? But is it absolutely no quarry use, or is it that quarry use would be okay provided there be reasonable protections or requirements or conditions?
That's an excellent question, Commissioner. We did talk a little bit about this at our meeting, and our overall feeling was that the quarry operation there does provide, a service for the community, as do other quarry on Maui, because of course we all need gravel for our roads and things like that. However, it appeared that there had been kind of lax oversight from what we had gotten from members of the public who did contact us, that there's been lax oversight over the years in this location. So we would support there being more robust oversight, including archaeological review, and not just sending out monitors from archaeological firms that never find anything. This is why we suggested consultation with the Ahumoku Council that does know which monitors are really doing a sound job.
Okay, so in other words, the testimony you are giving on behalf of the Sierra Club, I'd be misconstruing that testimony if I took it to mean your organization's position is absolutely no quarry. That's not what you're saying, correct?
No, that's not what our testimony said.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Appreciate your testimony and the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioner Ohigashi, or sorry, Chang, I believe. I can't remember. Whichever one of you wants to go.
Thank you. I'll go. Thank you. So, good morning, Mr. Ney. Thank you for being here. I would just like to ask you, has there been any community engagement on this permit request that you are aware of?
Not that I'm aware of. No one reached out to Sierra Club. We just saw the item on the agenda of the Land Use Commission, and we obviously missed it when it was being considered by Maui County. We do the best we can to look at agendas, but it's not one person's responsibility without staff. So, yeah.
Okay. And I think I thought I heard you say that there were some, I mean, you had wanted cultural monitors or that there are cultural resources. Are you aware of specific cultural resources that may be part of this project area?
Well, we have been told, and this is from not, someone on our board, but we have been told by members of the community that Kupuna Stories have confided to them that there were remains of ceremonial sites, which would be very consistent with having a moku boundary. You would have sites along a moku boundary, and you could have sites on either side of the moku boundary. And of course, the Wailuku side, where the quarry is a very important moku, and has numerous ceremonial sites still extant and ones that have been impacted. So we are taking this at face value that Kupuna have said that in that vicinity where the quarry is, not the immediate quarrying area, but I believe immediately perhaps above it, are the remains of ceremonial sites that have never been properly surveyed and given their due respect. So we recommend that surveying do take place, and with an archaeologist that is approved by the Ahumoku Council for Wailuku, active in these kind of manners.
Do you know who any of the cultural descendants may be from this area?
I could find out. I know Hokuau Pellegrino has written extensively about this particular moku, and he has noted a number of families that had claims, and I believe there were actually claims in Pōhākea itself, and they're not at the tip of my tongue, but he wrote an excellent cultural impact assessment that is publicly available as part of the application for the Waikupu town.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Ohigashi, thank you for your patience.
Yeah, I was, Lucianne, I'm going to ask you about this letter that was sent to us. On the first page, second paragraph on the bottom, says that we believe that Maui County Planning Department also expressed concerns in 2019 comments to the commission. Are you aware of those concerns?
I saw it in the record that there was a letter dated 2019 that said that not enough documentation was available, I believe, in order to approve the permit, and that they couldn't support it at that time. So I don't know if that documentation, Mr. Hopper, I'm sure could inform you whether that documentation has been provided, but it showed to me that the Ts have not been crossed as the permits have been sought.
You understand that in order to make a decision today, we can only rely upon the record that is on file in the floor. So we're in your review. That's why I brought that up. And I was concerned whether or not these issues that you have brought up in your letter have been brought up to the Maui Planning Commission in a previous part of, or in a previous proceeding that may be included as part of the record.
I do not believe that we testified when this went before the Maui Planning Commission. And I don't know if other members of the public did. I did not attend that meeting. As I said, being a busy volunteer, sometimes you miss a few things. So I appreciate you clarifying how you make your decisions. We've just
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, anything further for this witness? Ms. Dene, if I may, you mentioned yellow-faced bees.
Yes.
I just want to clarify your testimony. I believe you said they were listed as threatened or as endangered in 2016.
Yes, as an endangered species. They were listed around, I believe, 2016.
So that is subsequent, that is since the last time that this permit came in front of the.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The last permit was what, back in 2010 or something like that?
I know you're not an attorney, but I know you do extensively appear in front of public bodies. Do you think that it's, since it's a renewal of a special permit, do you think that they're required to look at potential impacts, including a newly listed species, when a permit is renewed? Do you think our body or the Maui County has a duty to look at those kinds of things?
Well, I believe so. You know, under your duty to protect the natural and cultural resources, you know, under our Constitution, this is a very rare native species that's found, you know, no place else on Earth except Hawaii. And this is one of the places where it's found. So I would think that you would have a duty to ask the applicant to conduct a survey and determine if their activities would have any impact on the habitat of the bees. As I said, they're kind of shy creatures, so their habitat is not always very visible. We have them at Wailea 670 too, so I'm relatively familiar with these little bees.
Did you have a chance to review the administrative record coming from the county that's been posted to our website?
I didn't look at all of it, I have to say. It was all kind of a rush, but I don't think there was any, I didn't see any consultation with Fish and Wildlife, with State Fish and Wildlife on this, or US Fish and Wildlife. I may be wrong, but that was my impression. Okay. So I don't think anyone's reached out to
you anticipated the question that I was going to ask you, and I will ask the applicant. I don't have anything further. Commissioners, anything further from Ms. Dene? No, thank you very much for your testimony. I'm going to move you back into being an attendee. Is there any other members of the public who wishes to testify on this matter? If so, raise your hand using the raise your hand function or *9 if calling in by phone. As I did previously, I do note for the record that Maui Construction and Alpha Inc. both sent in testimony also received yesterday in support of issuance of the permit. There being no further public testimony on this matter, it's 9:50 a.m. I'm going to call for a 10-minute break. And when we resume at 10 a.m., we will begin with a presentation by the applicant with questions for the applicant from the commission. 10-minute recess, resuming at 10 a.m. Okay. It's 10 a.m. We're back on the record. We concluded public testimony on this matter and closed it. We are now going to hear from the applicant. Do you have a presentation, Mr. Esmeralda?
Yes, Chair, I have an oral presentation to give.
Okay, you've been sworn in, so please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Again, for the record, my name is Brian Esmeralda of Munikio Hiraga, and we're here representing the applicant Hawaiian Cement in this request for a time extension of the state special permit. Again, joining me today is Dave Gomes of Hawaiian Cement and also Carlin Fukuda of Munikio Hiraga. I'd also like to note that Mike Dega of Scientific Consultant Services is also on and can answer any questions relating to archaeology if there are any from any of the commissioners.
Thank you.
In terms of background, Hawaiian Cement currently operates a rock quarry and base course operation and concrete recycling facility on an approximately 79.2 acre portion of tax map key 236004007. The property is owned by Pōhākea Recycling, and it's located approximately 1,000 feet west or Mauka of Honoapi'ilani Highway in Waikupu. In terms of a brief operational and some permitting history, the landowner received approval from the Maui Planning Commission in 1997 for a state special permit authorizing the facility on a 14.8 acre portion of the property. At this time, the facility was also permitted by a county conditional permit issued by the county council. In 2004, the landowner and Hawaiian Cement signed a lease agreement which provided Hawaiian Cement with the license to operate the facility. 2 years later, in 2006, Hawaiian Cement requested that the original 14.8 acre area be consolidated with a 64.4 acre expansion area, making the total area for the operation 79.2 acres. And this is the current acreage of the facility. At this time, the facility was also covered under a new single consolidated SUP for the total 79.2 acre area. In addition, a county special use permit was also obtained at this time. So currently the facility operates under 3 permits: the state special permit, county conditional permit, and a county special use permit. Most recently in 2010 and 2011, this body, as well as the Maui County Council and Planning Commission, approved time extension requests for all 3 of the permits until December 15th, 2019.
Mr. Esmeralda,
Yes.
I'm just going to interrupt you for 1 second because I've had this exact same problem when I have high-collared shirts. Your microphone is just touching the edge of your collar.
Sorry, is that better?
Yeah, it was a very slight thing, but
Okay.
just for the purpose of the recording. Sorry to interrupt you. Please
No problem.
continue.
Thank you, Chair. In June of 2019, the applicant filed time extension requests for all 3 of the permits. The Maui Planning Commission at its meeting of November 24th, 2020, recommended approval of the SUP to the Land Use Commission of the time extension requests, and as well as approved the time extension for the county special use permit until December 15th, 2035. The Department of Planning also approved the conditional permit also until December 15th, 2035. The quarry and concrete recycling operations have been ongoing for approximately 20 years at this site. And at this time, the applicant is requesting that the state special permit be extended also until December 15th, 2035 to be consistent with the conditional permit and county special use permit. I'd like to note that the request at this time is limited to a time extension. The permits, including the SUP, already cover all the lands planned for quarrying, so no further expansion is being requested for the facility. In terms of the amount of quarrying that has occurred already, since the granting of the last time extension requests in 2010 and 2011, Hawaiian Cement has accessed approximately 10 acres of the 79.2 acres for the quarrying purposes. Hawaiian Cement estimates, based on current construction demand and operations, that there's approximately 26 years or 20 acres of rock quarry remaining at Pōhākea. I'd also like to note that the condition number 14 of the SUP does require Hawaiian Cement to maintain a buffer from the southern boundary of the property which includes the area of Pōhākea stream. The applicant is in compliance with this. The quarry area, the delineated quarry area is approximately 50 feet at its closest point to the area of the stream. And there are no plans to access this southern portion of the property. In addition to the time extension request that we're seeking today, in regards to conditions 10 and 16 of the special permit regarding archaeological preservation, I'd like to note that an archaeological inventory survey and monitoring plan were prepared for the expansion area in 2008. If you'll remember, this is when the original quarry site was expanded to the current 79.2 acre area. So these reports covered the entire proposed expansion area. The reports were submitted to the State Historic Preservation Division for review and have both been accepted. As such, as part of this request, Hawaiian Cement is also requesting that conditions 10 and 16 of the SUP be removed, as they have been fulfilled to the satisfaction of the SHPD and are no longer considered applicable. I'd like to note that this request was considered by the Maui Planning Commission in 2020 and is also part of their recommendation to the Land Use Commission today. With that, that concludes my remarks. Thank you for your time. And again, members of the team are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there questions? Commissioner Ohigashi, Chang, and Cabral. I'm going to take notes this time so I get it in order.
Mr. Esmeralda, you indicated that there would be 26 years of additional lifetime in this quarry.
That's correct. That's based on current quarrying operations and demand. So approximately 26 years or 20 acres.
But does that mean that you do not want to go above the 20 acres? In other words, more than the 20 acres.
Yeah, I believe that's the estimation on available land that's where quarrying is feasible. I can see if the applicant has any other information that they'd like to add. However, that's the estimated amount of lands on the property that's actually quarryable is the remaining 20 acres.
And what is the remaining 50 somewhat acres being used for?
So there's some lands that are reserved for the facilities, offices and whatnot. And then there's also the southern portion of the property where the applicant cannot access because they're required to maintain a buffer from the stream, which runs along the southern portion of the property. So that area of the property is inaccessible to Hawaiian Cement.
And how much of that area is for structures?
I believe the structures are limited to about an acre or so.
When you say 26 years, you mean from 2020 or 2019 or 2021?
I believe that was from the last time extension requests in 2010. However, Mr. Gomes can correct me if I'm mistaken, but I believe it's from 2010.
Well, if it's from 2010, then that would mean that in 2036, is that what you're looking at? Is that why you come up with a 15-year extension?
I'm going to recognize Ms. Fukuda.
Thank you, Chair. Carlin Fukuda from Munikio Hiraga. To Mr. Ohigashi, or to Commissioner Ohigashi's question, I did confirm with Mr. Gomes that the 26 years would be from 2020, that time frame. So likely there would need to be another time extension request following this one. But again, you know, there are variables that can't be controlled in terms of demand. So.
Thank you, Ms. Fukuda, for following my initial directions to identify yourself before speaking. It's really appreciated. Continue, Commissioner Higashi.
So that raises my next question is that how long do you expect to conduct operations on this quarry?
So as I mentioned, they anticipate approximately 26 years left. And as Ms. Fukuda corrected me, that's from 2020. So.
And the initial permits were granted in 1997. Is that right?
Correct. And that initial approval was for an area less than 15 acres in size.
Right. Prior to 1997, would it be correct to say that they were operating without permits on that site?
I don't believe that the operation was occurring prior to receiving permits.
Do you know when the actual quarrying began on that site?
I'm going to see if maybe Mr. Gomes can respond to that.
Is Mr. Gomes available?
Chair, if I may, Carlin Fukuda from Munikio Hiraga. So to clarify, the original permits were granted to Pōhākea Recycling, which was a separate owner and actually the landowner for the property. I want to say it was in the early 2000s, and we can confirm that, but Hawaiian Cement did come to an agreement with Pōhākea Recycling to actually lease the quarry site. So Hawaiian Cement took over the operations at that time, and there were transfers of permits, et.cetera. So to Mr. Ohigashi's or to Commissioner Ohigashi's question on when did quarrying begin, I don't know that we have the answer to that today because it was done by a separate entity or started by a separate entity.
So I would assume that it was prior to 1997 because I have some small recollection in my mind that it was done, that these permits were developed because there was an existing quarry going on there. But besides the point, I just wanted to know that because I've always been skeptical of special use permits, especially when they last 50 years. Even that it's me. Is your client, Mr. Esmeralda, is he committed to reform or upon completion or upon termination of activities? Is he, what is he going to do with the properties? Does he have to repatriate it, fix it up? What do he have to do?
Yep, thank you, Commissioner, for that question. As part of the lease agreement with the landowner, Hawaiian Cement is required to return the land to conditions prior to quarrying.
But they leased it while it was quarrying. So the question is, what do they have to return it to?
Thank you. Maybe we can see if Mr. Gomes has. I don't have that that agreement in front of me.
Is there any part of the permit that you are, or any permits that require you by the county or the state, require the applicant to return the property to its existing condition at the end of the use, at the end of the SUP or at the end of the permit?
Mr. Esmeralda.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking over the conditions of the various permits. I know it's part of the lease agreement. Oh, yep, sorry. Condition 12 actually of the SUP states that upon cessation of the quarry operations, applicant, including the owner, shall prepare a closure plan to revegetate the site and other measures to reduce erosion. So that is a condition of the SUP, is to remediate the site.
Would that be to just prepare a plan, or would that be to repatriate the site?
It's to prepare a plan and submit for approval, I'm guessing, this plan to revegetate the site following the quarrying operations.
So would they be repatriating the site or just preparing a plan? That's my question.
So this is a condition of the SUP. So as you know, we do need to submit annual compliance reports. So it would be my guess that this report would be submitted for review.
I don't think you answered my question. So is there anybody else who can answer it?
Ms.
My
Fukuda,
question was simply this, is that the condition seems to read only that they provide a plan. The question in my mind is there a condition that requires them to actually do the reparation and follow the plan? And who's going to pay for it, and how is, is there any condition in there?
the question's been posed to the applicant and it can be answered by either Mr. Esmeralda, Ms. Fukuda, or Mr. Gomes.
So, Chair, if I may, Carlin Fukuda Munikio Hiraga, to Commissioner Ohigashi's question, I believe the answer is that Hawaiian Cement, the applicant, has to do both. They have to prepare the plan because it's a condition, as Mr. Esmeralda pointed out, in the SUP. There's also a similar condition on the county special use permit to submit the plan for closure. And then secondly, they actually have to implement the plan because it is a condition of their lease agreement with the landowner. So there's not a county or state requirement right now in terms of actual implementation, but Hawaiian Cement will have to do that because it's part of their lease agreement with the landowner.
Somehow that doesn't comfort me that there is the landowner has a lease agreement and that is a requirement and not part of the conditions. However, I'll move on. You said there are several structures on the property. What are those structures right now?
You, Commissioner Ohigashi, there's a shop building, scale house, truck scale, and I believe an office structure.
Is there any plans to have additional structures placed on?
Not at this time, no. There's no plans to have additional structures, no.
What procedures did you go through to have those structures on the property? In other words, what county permits and state land use permission you required to get those?
So again, in addition to the state special permit, there is a county conditional permit and a county special use permit, which permit the facility. And of course, building permits would have to have been obtained for those structures as well.
If I may, Chair, so Commissioner Ohigashi, I also confirmed with Mr. Gomes that those structures were already in place by the previous operator, Pōhākea Recycling, excuse me. So those were part of the lease agreement. But yes, we understand the building permits were received for those structures, as Mr. Esmeralda noted.
And you heard the testimony of the statements of Lucian denied. Has the applicant a response to any of those statements?
So as noted earlier, there is a condition of the state special permit that the applicant needs to maintain a buffer from the southern boundary of the property, which includes the area of the stream. So there's no plans for the activities to encroach upon the stream or that southern area of the property. When the facility was expanded to its current area in 2008, there were archaeological an archaeological inventory survey and monitoring plan that were done at that time.
No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Ohigashi. Commissioner Dawn Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Esmeralda. I just have a few questions. First, I'm going through the record. What is the current status of the SUP? Has it expired? My understanding, I mean, since it was valid to December 15, 2019. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So you actually have no permit to operate since December 15, 2019.
Right, so we filed the time extension request prior to the expiration date, and it has been in process since that time, but you're correct that the expiration date of that permit was in 2019.
And going through the annual reports, it appears as if the petitioner has not, at least in the record that I'm reviewing, it appears that is 2020 the first, or 29, I'm sorry, I'm corrected on that. I'm corrected on that. So let me move on to the cultural issues. There is condition 10. I will tell you, I was confused by the record. There was an archaeological inventory survey. There's a condition. And then subsequently in 2008, SHPD sends a letter saying, we accept your archaeological inventory survey and your monitoring plan. Okay. And you are now asking that those conditions be withdrawn from the SUP. Is that correct?
That's correct, because the AIS and AMP have been accepted, and there was some further investigations done to the site that's referenced in condition 10, and that site was declassified by the archaeologist.
Okay.
So
okay. So let me ask you this question. As I understand the SHPD's letter, it says you're to have full-time monitoring during excavation. So after the AIS was approved, could you describe what kinds of excavation work was done on the site and whether there was archaeological monitoring and what were the results of those monitoring?
Sure, Commissioner Chang. If I may, however, Mike Dega, as I mentioned from SCS, is on the line, so he may be able to provide some more information on that.
Mr. Dega, would you raise your hand if you're in the attendee room? Admit him, swear him in. You can enable your audio and video, Mr. Dega, Dr. Dega. Aloha. Sorry, is it doctor? It's doctor, right?
Michael's fine.
Okay. For the record, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Did you hear the question from Commissioner Chang that Mr. Esmeralda asked you to respond to?
Yes, Michael Dega for SES Archaeology here. Thank you, Ms. Chang. Good to see you. We did start archaeological monitoring full-time in early 2008. And after a month or two of finding nothing except large boulders and rocks, we contacted SHPD, and that was Patty Conti at the time. Patty came out and did a field inspection of the quarried area and where we had been monitoring, and agreed with the cessation of monitoring at that point. She said, there is nothing here to monitor except for rock. So what we did from that point on was conduct intermittent monitoring. That meant we would go out one day a week for several months and just to check to see where they were and what had been moved around during monitoring.
Okay. Good morning, Mike. Nice to see you as well. Thank you for that clarification. So So you have been conducting intermittent monitoring since 2009?
We did for several years, Ms. Chang, and not since then.
And several years goes into when?
2010, 2011, I believe.
Okay.
I'll have to look at my records, I'm sorry, but it's somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay. And after you stopped the monitor, did Hawaiian Cement continue doing excavation? Was
I
there
believe
more-
I believe they continued their coring activity, yes.
And in your opinion, did you conduct the archaeological inventory survey?
I was a principal investigator, but we had 4 of our crew conduct the AIS.
Okay. And based upon your review of the findings in the AIS, you were confident that the continued excavation, even without intermittent monitoring, they were not going to expose any archaeological or historic sites?
I was confident, and the State Historic Preservation Division was also confident, because they did conduct several field investigations with us during that time period and agreed that they're just quarrying rock.
Okay, and I did not see a letter from SHPD confirming the cessation of the archaeological monitoring in the record. Is there something to confirm that?
I do have a letter, and I can send it to Brian or Carlin to include that in the record if you like.
Okay, because that to me was an outstanding issue in condition 10. It was the archaeological monitoring. And if SHPD has subsequently provided confirmation that archaeological monitoring is no longer required, that to me is critical to removing that condition. Now, Mike, I don't know if you heard the testimony of Lucianne Dene, who indicated that she's been told kupuna stories about cultural resources on the site. Can you confirm, was there a cultural impact assessment prepared for this project?
I don't believe there was. I believe we did just the archaeological inventory survey. And I did hear her testimony, of course. And there were 4 studies, actually, archaeological studies that took place within this project area, starting from Paul Rosendahl, 1988, Joe Kennedy, 91, Ganda, 97, and us in 2006. Ours and the 1988 study were very focused on the quarry area. The other studies, like Kennedy 91, was conducted north of this area, where he found 18 sites, 74 features that did include traditional agriculture, habitation, burials, and ceremonial sites. So I think that's probably what she was referring to. North of this area would contain those kind of sites, not within this project area.
And I'm assuming, have you walked the site?
I've been out there, yes.
Okay. Based upon your personal review of the site and the documentation to date, are you confident in saying that the cultural resources, if there were any, are not on this site, but maybe more north?
I would say I'm confident they are not on this site because they either may have been destroyed in the past or they occur to the north of this site, yes.
Do you know what this site was prior to the quarrying? What did they use this site for?
You've got sugarcane lands previous to this. As you can see on the bottom side, on the east side, the Waine'i ditch was built. It goes right on the bottom of the project area, all the way towards the Iao side. So this was cane land, and this is part of the crown land. There are no LCAs in this project area, Don.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Okay, thank you, Mike. I appreciated the clarifying testimony, especially on the archaeological monitoring. So your archaeological monitoring revealed no historic or cultural resources, and SHPD concurred with the cessation of archaeological monitoring, both on-site as well as intermittent.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mike. I don't have any further questions for you. So thanks again. I appreciate you coming on the call.
Thank you, Don. It's good to see you.
You too. Mr. Esmeralda, I just have one final question for you. Have you done any community engagement on this application?
Not as part of this application, no, Commissioner.
Have you done any community engagement for this site, even outside of this application?
We have not, no, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Cabral.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to my fellow commissioners, Ongashi and Chang, who asked several of my questions. I think my question, now that I understand Mr. Dega's expertise, might be better addressed by him. My questions are, there was a reference that that the quarry has a setback of 50 feet from the river. And yet I think there was an earlier reference from Ms. Uday that maybe that the river is being damaged or altered by the quarry. Are you aware of the river having been affected by the operations of the quarry, or is it being has it been altered because of the quarry activities that you're aware of?
Is this a question for me, Ms. Cabral?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, to you. Thank you.
I'm not a hydrologist. I'm an archaeologist. I did not see or focus on impact to the stream or the river or the drainage.
Okay. Then, and I don't know whether you can answer this one because I don't know what kind of expert. There was a reference about the bees being there, and I think the reference was that they're at a very high elevation. Are you aware of any of the bee activity and what elevation are you aware, maybe better yet, of the quarry? Is the quarry activities going to high elevations also, or is it at lower elevations on the property?
Mr. Esmeralda.
Okay, that might be the better question. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cabral. I believe the reference was that the activity was higher than the quarry. I don't believe I'm qualified to answer that question, though.
Do you have anybody with you, Mr. Esmeralda, who can comment on the possible occurrence of yellow-faced bees in the area of the special permit?
I don't believe we do, Chair, unless I'm not sure if Mr. Gomes has himself seen anything, but I don't think we have any qualified experts to respond to that question.
Okay, well, we'll see if that comes up. Thank you very much.
Ms. Fukuda.
Just to Commissioner Cabral's question in terms of where the quarry activity takes place versus, and again, I'm not saying that I'm an expert into where the bee habitat may be, if it exists out there. But I will say that the quarry activities do happen on the lower elevations. It's less than a mile from the intersection of Honopi'ilani Highway and Kuhilani Highway, where the quarry operation is. So it's not up in the mountainous area, just to provide some context.
Thank you very much.
Anything further, Commissioner Cabral?
Oh, thank you very much, Commissioner Chair.
Commissioners, further questions? Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. or Dr. Vega, just so that we have a complete record, can you briefly provide a summary of your educational background and professional activities, please?
Hi, Mr. Okuda. Mike Dega for SCS Archaeology. Dega, not Vega, I'm sorry. It's okay. Yes, I got a BA from the University of Puget Sound. I got an MA in archaeology from University of Hawaii at Manoa, and I got my PhD from UH Manoa in 2001. I've conducted over, I don't know, 1,000 projects, probably in Hawaii, Micronesia, Southeast Asia, India, and part of the Middle East. And I've been working in Hawaii specifically for 30, I don't know, 29, 30 years, something like that.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted the record complete on that. And I have a overarching question for Mr. Esmeralda, if I can ask this question. I'm going to read a provision of the Hawaii State Constitution, and I'm going to ask you after I finish reading whether you agree or disagree that this provision is one of the guiding lights, so to say, as far as what standard or approach the Land Use Commission must take. And this is specifically from the Hawaii State Constitution, Article 11, Section 1. And if I can just read it, and it starts like this, quote, "For the benefit of present and future generations, the state and its political subdivisions shall conserve and protect Hawaii's natural beauty and all natural resources, including land, water, air, minerals, and energy sources, and shall promote the development and utilization of these resources in a manner consistent with their conservation and in furtherance of the self-sufficiency of the state. All public natural resources are held in trust by the state for the benefit of the people," close quote. Mr. Esmeralda, to the best of your knowledge, did I accurately read the Hawaii State Constitution, Article 11, Section 1?
Yes, Commissioner, to the best of my knowledge.
Can you please, just in summary form, tell us how the granting of the permit that you're asking for complies with this section of the Hawaii State Constitution?
Thank you, Commissioner. I guess I would say that the request that we're seeking today is for a time extension of a permit that has been approved in the past. We're not seeking any new uses or any expansion of the quarry area. Simply a time extension of something that has been approved for acreage that hasn't been approved for this use previously.
Okay, well, how does the time extension comply with the promotion of the development and utilization of the resources in a manner consistent with their conservation and in furtherance of the self-sufficiency of the state? How does this time extension comply with that requirement of the Hawaii State Constitution?
I would state that the operations that are occurring at the site provides for materials used in construction in Hawaii such that it doesn't need to be imported from elsewhere, and that Hawaii is being self-sufficient in that regard. Again, there's no new uses that we're requesting. I'd like to just emphasize that point.
Okay, thank you very much. You answered my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Ms. Fukuda, you had something additionally you wanted to offer in response?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Esmeralda provided the thoughts that I was going to share as well. So
thank you. Commissioners, further questions for the applicant? If not, I have a few. So right on special permits, we're relying on the record that's before us from the county. So to the degree, Mr. Esmeralda or others, when you respond, if you can point to where in the record responses to my questions exist or do not exist, it would be helpful. Prior to quarrying operations, what was the use of this site?
I think as Mr. Dega mentioned earlier, it was used for agricultural purposes, so sugarcane, pineapple perhaps.
So going to Commissioner Ohigashi's questions. The nature of a special use permit is that it's a temporary use, at which time the land will be returned to its prior use. What agricultural activities, is there anything in the record indicating what kind of agricultural activities will be possible on this site at the cessation of quarrying activities? Is there anything in the record to that effect, Mr. Esmeralda?
I don't believe we specified anything, a specific agricultural use that would occur following the quarrying use.
You believe that's actually one of the requirements of receiving a special use permit, that the use is temporary?
Yes, I understand that the use is temporary, and we did mention that there is an estimated lifespan of the quarry left.
So at the end of operations, what is the agricultural use going to be?
Chair, if I may, Carlin
Ms.
Fukuda, Munikio Hiraga. So again, the Hawaiian Cement leases the property from the landowner. So I think the landowner's decision to determine what, if any, agricultural operation they would like to do with the land. You know, once the lease ends, Hawaiian Cement is you know, doesn't have any jurisdiction, if you will, over the property.
But Ms. Fukuda, is it required under the nature of a special use permit that the land would then presumably still be suitable for agriculture at the end of the permitting period?
So again, I think there is a requirement under both the state special use permit and the county special use permit that the applicant provide a remediation plan or cessation plan to the various entities for review and approval.
I don't think you're answering my question, Ms. Fukuda. If you could try and answer my question. Should the land be suitable for agriculture at the end of the special use permit period?
Yes, it's a simple answer, I guess.
So are you able to identify anything in the record that suggests what agricultural uses the land will be suitable for at the end of the special use permit period, if granted?
I don't know that there is anything in the record, Chair, but
thank you.
Ranching
that's sufficient.
Okay.
We have from Ms. Dene, and I think I heard Ms. Dene's testimony slightly differently than perhaps Commissioner Cabral did. Ms. Dene, I think, testified that she had done service work on areas Mauka of the quarry, but that yellow-faced bees had been observed in the immediate area of the quarry. I'm at least familiar with yellow-faced bees existing in coastal areas of Hawaii. The bee was listed as endangered according to Ms. Dene's testimony in 2016. Was a review for any additional endangered species that have been listed since as endangered or threatened since the previous permit was issued part of your firm's preparation of your special use permit application or your time extension application?
No, Chair, it was not.
So you did not go through and say, hey, are there any changed environmental conditions specifically? Are there new endangered species that we need to make sure might be in this property? There was no review of that?
No, there was no review of any additional species.
Okay, so then it would follow that there's been no consultation with the Division of Forestry and Wildlife or the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in that regard?
I believe the time extension application was made available for comment, but I can confirm.
If you would. And can you tell me, you indicated that before the application, before the existing permit expired, in 2019, an application was made for the time extension. Can you give me those two dates when that new application was filed and when the expiration happened?
So the expiration was December 15th, 2019, and we filed the application for a time extension in June of 2019.
Is it your professional experience that 6 months is a sufficient period of time for the Maui Planning Commission and the State Land Use Commission to take action on these matters? You're muted, Mr. Esmeralda.
Thank you, Chair. That was considered timely. If I may point to the Planning Commission minutes, the Planning Director did state that it's been a practice of the department, and perhaps Deputy Director Hart can speak to this, but in the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting, it states that it's been a practice of the department that as long as a time extension is filed, then they allow a grace period for the activity to continue. So we are in compliance with that.
That wasn't my question, but
yeah. So okay, maybe if I can point to
response.
condition 1 of the SCP states that time extension should be filed at least 120 days prior to expiration, and we were in compliance with that condition with the filing of the application in June.
Great. Thank you very much for that. Nothing further from me at this time. Commissioner Ohigashi.
I was just a little concerned with the response to one of the chair's questions about the responsibility of returning to ag, or whether or not what agricultural activities. It appeared that the petitioner seemed to say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that the type of activity would be up to the landowner because they're the landowner and we're the lessees. Is that what the petitioner is saying?
I believe the statement you're referring to was from Ms. Fukuda. If you would respond, Ms. Fukuda.
Chair, Commissioner Ohigashi, I guess I'm not sure of, or maybe I didn't understand the question correctly, but I did want to make it clear that Hawaiian Cement, the applicant in this state special use permit, has a lease agreement with the landowner. They are not the landowner of this property. So their lease agreement is relative to the quarrying operation that they have. And following the completion of the quarrying operation, the land, according to the lease agreement, I believe, would be returned back to the landowner. So Hawaiian Cement's interest in the property is relative to the quarry operation. Agricultural operation following the quarrying operation is not something that Hawaiian Cement may be in the business of. So, and I apologize if I'm misunderstanding the question.
I'm just asking you to clarify it for me. And the reason why I'm asking you to clarify it, and I'm not trying to hide anything, is that it concerns me that the response to a return of the land to the past years. I can't say the word. Repatriation. Triggered a response about that you're only leasing the property and you're the landowner. I'm just concerned that Hawaiian Cement would be the responsible party under the terms of this special use permit. We are not talking about the lease, we're talking about the special use permit. And if the petitioner can slough or say that it's not my responsibility, I'm only interested in quarrying and not the the return of the land to its agricultural use. And I don't know why I have a problem. But,
Restoration is perhaps the word that you're searching for,
right.
Commissioner.
Anyway, so my question then is, shouldn't then, we're missing a party here? Shouldn't we have the owner as a party so that we can make sure that our SUP is complied with? That's just a comment.
Okay. Thank you for the comment, Commissioner Ohigashi. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up on the chair's question and Commissioner Ohigashi's question, this is actually more than a comment. Can any of you point to any assurance in the record that at the end of this special use permit, the Land Use Commission or any other government entity will have legal standing to force the restoration of the property so that we avoid having something like a big hole in the ground or a bare hillside or something that frankly will not support the type of reasonable agriculture that can make money? I mean, can you point to anything in the record that indicates right now there's that assurance? In other words, something more than a lease covenant, because the only party that has standing to enforce a lease, which is a contract, are the parties to a contract. Where's that assurance in the record that we're not going to leave this property in not so good condition with respect to agriculture?
Mr. Esmeralda, who will respond for the applicant?
I can note that as part of the condition of the county special use permit, it states that the plan to revegetate the site should be reviewed and approved by the planning department.
Yeah, but it goes back again to Commissioner Ohigashi's question as far as who under that condition has a duty, a legal duty to implement the plan. Does your client, the applicant, concede or agree that it would have a legal duty itself to implement the plan?
Ms. Fukuda?
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. I think if you're asking if there is a governmental body that currently has standing to enforce that condition, to Mr. Esmeralda's point, you know, the language that's in the county special use permit as well as the current condition on the state special use permit are only relative to providing a plan for review and approval. It does not include language relative to implementation. However, as I previously noted, the applicant does have that requirement separately with its private agreement, lease agreement with the landowner. So,
okay, well, excluding the lease, okay, because again, as I stated, the only parties with standing to enforce the lease are parties to the contract. And we are talking about something in addition or broader to that. So excluding the lease, does the applicant, does your client agree that it has a duty independent of the lease, to implement and carry out the restoration plan?
not at this time.
Would your client agree or disagree that the Land Use Commission has the authority or power to require that duty as a condition to extend or give you the relief you're asking for in your application or petition here? In other words, do you folks agree that the Land Use Commission has the authority to make that a condition?
answer.
The answer can be yes, no, or I don't know. Mr. Esmeralda or Ms. Fukuda?
I believe, yes, it does.
Okay, and would you disagree that one of the bases for the land use commission to require such a condition would be in the land use commission's obligation to implement the provisions of Article 11, Section 1 of the Hawaii State Constitution, which I read to you earlier?
Chair.
Proceed.
So to Commissioner Okuda's question, I think, yes, there's a two-way street relative to this project. There is the protection, I think, that the commission has been talking about relative to the return for agricultural purposes. There's also the public good, I think, that's provided by the materials that are provided by the facility, by the quarry itself. I would also note that, you know, the landowner would have the opportunity to come before the State Land Use Commission to request a district boundary amendment at any time as well as, you know, change in zoning and community plan amendments for the use of the property in the future. So,
indeed, you know, I'm just going to interject, Ms. Fukuda. Indeed, that is the exact point. That if there's no intention to have the land go back to agriculture, why is a DBA not being sought now rather than a special use permit extension?
well, I don't, again, Hawaiian Cement doesn't own the property, and I don't know that the landowner has any plans for the property. I was just merely stating that that's, you know, as a private landowner, you have the right to apply for these requests in the future. We have no knowledge of the landowner wanting to do anything future with the property at this point in time.
Anyway, Chair, thank you very much. My questions have been answered. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Sorry for my interjection. Commissioner Axon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of a little bit slow, so I just want to kind of clarify. I'm kind of confused about the conversation. I don't have any question, but just a comment. We are discussing time extension, and I believe the questions that are being asked to the petitioner should have been addressed during the special use permit, and should have been part of the conditions. And another point is, I agree with Commissioner Okuda that perhaps the landowner should have been here to answer those questions. And I don't believe that the petitioner right now, Hawaiian Cement, is capable of answering on behalf of the landowner. I wouldn't even answer any questions on behalf of the landowner. That's what, you know, I'm kind of trying to grapple that, you know, no matter how many questions we ask to the petitioner that they cannot answer because they're not legally responsible in answering that question. And so perhaps, you know, I agree with Commissioner Okuda, the landowner should have been here. Again, you know, those questions, I believe, should have been answered or addressed during the special use permit proceedings, which dictate all the conditions during that proceedings. And the request for extension is kind of pretty much, it doesn't change the use of the property. It's just extending the, you know, the timeline, and all those conditions should have been addressed during the special use permit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Axon, for those comments. It is 11 a.m. We need a break. Let's take a 10-minute break. Sorry, Mr. Esmeralda, before we do, are you done with your presentation?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break, reconvene at 11:10, and we will hear from Maui County. It's 11:12 a.m. We are back on the record. Mr. Hopper, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I will try to be brief. First off, I just wanted to check on the commission on a procedural issue. I know that you're very much take the position on these special permits that you're sort of confined to the record. You did have, however, public testimony, and I think of potentially considered evidence from that, that testimony as evidence. That, to my knowledge, I know there was a reference to a 2019 letter. The only 2019 letter that we could find was not a planning department letter. It was from the Land Use Commission to the planning department, expressing some concerns about the application, which I think primarily focused on annual reports. But I think since that letter where it was, that issue was addressed, at least at the planning commission level. So I don't know if you need to check with your AG on to what extent you can consider testimony after the planning commission has had a public hearing on the item after that, and then rely on that as evidence, including the fact that it's a contested case. We've had issues with that with the planning commission, with testimony being considered in contested cases as a general matter, but I don't know if you need to consult on that issue. As I understand it, it looks like that letter was the first time that those concerns were raised, and the letter itself does talk about sort of general allegations, but not a lot of specifics on who, what, where, when, with the, so I think it's maybe difficult for the applicant to respond to that. So just raising that as a procedural issue going forward.
So noted.
Yeah. The other issue is with respect to the so-called repatriation. I know that this has come up in special permits before. I do think under your rules, 15-1595C, that goes over the criteria for determining whether a given application is what they call a unusual and reasonable use. Number one is the use shall not be contrary to the objectives sought to be accomplished by Chapter 205 and 205A in the rules of the commission. So I think that's where you may get the requirement to restore the land back to agricultural use. However, subsection 5 of that same set of requirements states that this is the following guidelines are established in determining an unusual and reasonable use. Number 5 is the land upon which the proposed use is sought is unsuited for the uses permitted within the district. So it seems to suggest that the special permit can be granted if the uses of the property are unsuited for agricultural uses, and that factor would weigh in favor of granting a special permit. So you may want to recheck your rules to see if the fact that if the land is unsuited for agricultural uses, if that's actually a basis to grant a special permit, because that's what subsection 5 seems to say. If you've got clarification on that, I think we'd welcome that. But the county also uses that at the county level for deciding whether to grant county special permits, sometimes that are under 15 acres. So that's one that's sort of been interesting, because I think we do look for consistency with agricultural purposes with subsection 1, but subsection 5 seems to suggest that if the land is unsuited, that's a factor that weighs in favor of granting the special permit. That's what the rules appear to say. And so that's been an issue with us going forward. And I think with this permit, that would be something to consider. The county's position on this is that it does support the granting of the time extension. The Planning Commission did vote to approve the granting of the time extension and subject to the appropriate conditions. And we did not have, if there's specific questions that need to be answered by the department, I think we do have Mr. Hart present to answer those further if we need to go into more detail. But I do think the department staff report and its letter to you did outline the department's position with respect to granting the permit. And then the only other thing to address, I think, was I do think that if the commission wanted to, it could make a condition requiring what's already sort of in the record with respect to repatriation of the land and make that applicable. I suppose you could do that to the applicant, its successors and assigns, or something along those lines. I do know that you've done that, not necessarily that specific condition, but your conditions have been made to the point where, regardless of the property owner, they are required to do what's in the condition. And I think that's something to consider. But I do believe the commission does have the authority to do that. Again, maybe that's a matter you'd want to confer with your AG on. But I think because that's an item that is more restrictive than perhaps the county's conditions, I think that's something you could add onto your conditions in order to fulfill that requirement. I do think the commission has the ability, as long as it is based on the record, to add additional more restrictive conditions. I don't think it could, for example, eliminate the condition that the planning commission approved, but I think it could add additional conditions that are more restrictive. But again, I would defer to your legal counsel on that, on your authority to do that. And I think that's all I had for now. I just wanted to address those several points in the record because I thought that it was important to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Hopper. And before we proceed to questions, before we actually went back into session, one of your client representatives, Mr. Fossey, indicated they had wanted to say something, or is that?
I think we had discussed that. We can respond to questions, but I did speak with Mr. Hart. I think that we wanted to just have, to make it as easy as possible to have it through one line of communication.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions for Maui County. Commissioner Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Hopper, a couple questions. First is the public witness or the Sierra Club or any of their members, did they ever come in front of the Planning Commission during this process, in your guys' process?
You know, I looked back, I didn't see that them listed as a public testifier or submitting written testimony. I read the transcript beforehand, and I think there was one testifier that was Bruce Uu at the commission level. Unless I'm missing, I know it's a lengthy record, and I don't know if they contacted the applicant prior to the commission meeting. I mean, that's possible as well. So I don't want to guarantee that there's nothing in the application or the record, but not that I could find when I did a look. Again, this testimony I just saw today when I came forward for this meeting and had a chance to read it today. So that's the first time I think I had heard of it. I don't know if the applicant has more information, but that's my knowledge of the situation.
Another couple questions I had is, you talked about the record in terms of unsuitableness of the ag land or for the applicant. So is there something in the county's record that states that this issue?
I think the county record looked at the condition of the land being restored based on the condition that was placed on the county special permit. That was discussed at the planning commission level. The issue with the rule, I only raised that as that's coming up with the commission, because I mean, your rules, I don't think your rules necessarily preclude you from granting a special permit only if there can be agricultural uses after the special permit's done, because your subsection 5 says one of the factors in favor of granting a special permit is that the land is not suited for agricultural purposes. So I had just, based on this rule, had wanted to raise that question because you know, that rule's always been sort of a mystery, to be quite honest, but I do think that it says what it says and should be considered there.
Yeah, I just was wondering because I don't remember seeing anything in the record about that, saying that this land will be unsuitable at the end of its lifespan. So
yeah, I didn't mean to add that in as testimony that it wouldn't be, because I think that if they've got a restoration plan and that's a condition, I think that's all something that you can consider. But my point was, I don't think you're precluded from granting a permit because the land, there'd be difficulty in returning it back to agricultural lands based on this subsection of the rule. That's all.
So the other question I have that I think Ms. Fukuda brought up was something that just perked my ears up, was about a DBA for this piece of property. Did the planning commission ever thought about that?
I don't think that's in the record as a request. I mean, again, this was a time extension request, and I think the commission reviewed what was before it. So I don't think that was, I think that would have been a separate issue that they didn't look into. I don't remember seeing that in the record.
Yeah, just because I was thinking about this, if they thought about this, it would be spot zoning to me, because the area around it is all ag, correct?
I suppose, I mean, I guess you could say that about almost all special permits. If you wanted to go down that line, that would be the concern I would raise.
It's just that I guess, I know this, well, some of the members of this commission have concerns about the length of this special permit that went for how many years so far, that how come they didn't just come back for DBA? So that's just a statement, nothing else, sir. Then the other question I have is the permit itself. I guess they brought up about the timing of this permit, the request for extension, and you know how I guess it's past its due. So was there any statement in terms of, hey, maybe you should bring it up a little bit earlier so it hits you then hit us?
I think that there was a in the condition there was a time frame. I think a time frame setting the latest that they could submit, and I think that they met that. I think that if the commission, I mean, wants to look at putting conditions of time extensions that say, you know, you have to do it a year before or something like that. The only issue is that if it can take agencies time to notice things in the newspaper, have public hearings and things like that. And if the applicant submits a timely request, in this case, I think it was roughly 6 months before, I think the department has generally allowed operation pending a decision on the permit to avoid having, you know, telling the applicant they have to shut down their operations for the time frame from the closure date to the date that the agencies act on those permits. And I think that's been consistent with, again, special permits that have gone to the commission for time extensions. I don't think this has been the first one that's had that issue, but if we need to revisit that issue for land use commission permits, if the land use commission is not satisfied with that, I suppose we could look at, you know, conditions that say you have to submit a greater time prior and go with the interpretation that if the action isn't taken prior to the expiration date, that you do have to cease operation, even if you have a completed application pending. But I do believe I've been working since I think 2006, that's been pretty consistent from the Land Use Commission and the county, that if you get a timely request in that is, you know, submitted prior to the expiration, you can continue during that expiration. But if that's something the commission has an issue with, I think, you know, maybe we could address that comprehensively.
Okay, this is just my last question. So Commissioner Axon brought up a statement prior to us going into recess about this is just a application for time extension. And I know some of the commissioners have some issues about, you know, filling up the reclamation portion and some other issues like, you know, the bees. So this is just a gut shot. What is your feeling about us sending it back to the county to work on those issues?
Well, I mean, the bee issue, I don't know of any evidence other than the oral testimony today that suggested the presence of that particular endangered species. So, I mean, we would want evidence in the record that would show, yeah, that's something that you needed to do as part of your due diligence. As far as the restoration, I do think that was an issue that was discussed at the commission. So if you want to be more restrictive than the commission's conditions, I think that you can consider that and add that as a condition if you do not feel that the current conditions adequately address that concern. So I think my view on that is that, I mean, the commission has the ability to do what it would like, certainly, but I don't think there'd be a need to remand for that issue, the issue of the inadequate restoration, because I do think the commission could put appropriate conditions on that based on the record.
So because the other statement that was brought up was the Shipty letter that Mr. Dega, I think his name was, brought up that he had that document that we never seen or wasn't in part of the record. So, that's another question I have a statement on. So you don't need to answer that, sir. I'm just going to say that's an issue that to me it's not in the record, and so I just wanted to say that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yes, Mr. Hoffman.
If the chair would allow, I did, when that issue came up, that is something I looked at. I don't know if under your rules, I don't want to, it's a 15-15-63 subsection K. It says the commission may take official notice of matters as may be judicially noticed by the courts of the state of Hawaii. I'm not sure if you can take official notice of something like an SHPD document. That's, again, maybe something you can consider, but wanted to raise that if it was something that was, I think, discussed and the issues were discussed. So if it's an actual government document, I don't know if that's something maybe you can take notice of, but I defer to certainly your staff on what you can consider as evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Hopper. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wong. Commissioner Ohigashi, followed, I believe, by Commissioner Chang. Was that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just wait till after Commissioner Ohigashi.
Okay, Ohigashi, then Chang.
Oh. A couple things I wanted to ask you about. Those structures apparently were on the property, were there prior to the distance or prior to Hawaiian Cement taking over this SUP or doing this SUP. Does the county have a procedures of how it would add structures and whether or not the use of those structures would entail require a change of the conditions of the SUP?
I think if the structures were included in the original application is something that would be, if the land area is allowed to be used, that would cover that.
I'm talking about new structures.
If something was built after, I mean,
yes,
the use would be allowed on the property, and I think what would most likely happen was the structure would come up and would ask for a permit for use, and if that use is consistent with what the special permits allow, that it would be permitted.
I'm going to give you an example. Let's example these guys are generating gravel and rock, and they have a structures relating to that particular SUP. Then they decide, well, we want to be able to ready mix cement on the property. And then we're going to have a structure placed on the ready mix cement. Does that change the SUP? I mean, in other words, does that structure modify the terms of the SUP requiring a new SUP to be issued?
I mean, I think I understand where you're going and the concern there. I suppose you could add a condition that would say no additional structures other than those existing could be allowed or something like that. But I mean, I think there's probably there could be a scenario where, building certain structures could be considered going beyond the scope of a permit in a certain case. I mean, I could see that as a concern.
So would that be the responsibility of the county to enforce during the building permit side, to enforce that particular limitation or that condition?
I think if you did place a condition that says no additional structures, and there's nothing in their representation showing that they plan on building additional structures.
However, maybe you don't understand my question. My question is really that as it exists now, there's no prohibition against additional structures. And I was just curious whether or not the counties in its review of the building permits, that's what Ms. Fukuda, I think, said, would take a look at what the use would be and whether or not it would determine it up, would match it up with the SUP and determine whether new SUP or amended SUP should be issued. And that's
yeah, that's a good question. I would maybe want to ask Jordan Hart how the department would review that, if he's okay with maybe a supplemental answer, because I think they deal with the reviewing of those permits on a more day-to-day basis. I mean, I understand your concern that if someone could build a massive structure that wasn't part of the SUP permit, that could substantially change the purpose of that application or what's on the ground. So that may be something. I don't know if Mr. Hart would be comfortable asking how that's done on a daily basis. The best I could do now, I think, is if you've got a clear condition on that could be enforced. But as of right now, I do think that there could be concerns with building a structure. And again, if this is a hypothetical, I don't know if we're dealing with this project specifically. I think we can deal with that issue by a condition.
Hold on. Sorry, was Mr. Hart going to respond?
Chair, I could reply directly to the Mr. Ohigashi's questions.
Let me swear you in. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth.
I do.
Okay.
Chair, so basically, the first part of Mr. Hopper's response was consistent with the way we review special use permit applications and building permits that come in. Is basically if the permit is consistent with the representations that were previously made about what the special use is, then a permit could be granted, building permit that is, or at least the planning department could approve our portion of the building permit review that's issued by Public Works. With regard to something like concrete batching or the structures associated, that would be a different use. The planning department would currently view that as requiring a county conditional use permit, and that an amendment to the special use permit would be required. And after that was all completed successfully, building permits could be approved associated. Thank you.
Mr. Harper, I recall, and this is just because I'm an old man, that there was talk several years ago about an expansion between Waikapu and Malaya of residential use in that area. Has those plans been indicated in the community plan area?
Again, maybe Mr. Hart could assist with this, but I mean, if you're talking about, there's a Waikapu country town that was approved that's pretty substantial. That hasn't been built yet, but that's I understand, I think has its zoning entitlements too. I'm not sure exactly where the project is, but that got LUC approval and county approval. So that's a pretty substantial project. I think Ma'alaya did discuss doing, I think, an agricultural subdivision, but the county council, I think, did not approve that. So that's still in flux, and that would have been about 30 homes or 20 or 30 lots, I think. I don't, this is my personal knowledge, so I don't want to go beyond, to say that that's the whole picture. So I don't know if Mr. Hart has anything in addition, or if there's additional information that we could provide, but that's my knowledge of the couple of major projects that have been discussed in the Ma'alaya and Waikapu area.
And I just want to be upfront. I'm just concerned to make sure that what we're approving today does not necessarily materially affect the ability that the county and the adjoining landowners of that area has create additional residential housing for people. So that's just the essence of my question, is that has there been an analysis as to whether or not future development will be moving into this area, and how would that affect that development.
I don't know if Mr. Hart has a more comprehensive question on that, because again, I'm not privy to all of the developments in that area, just the couple that I know of. So if he has something to add, I think that might be helpful.
Chair, so basically, the Waikapu Country Town project is fully entitled and is moving towards development. The Ma'alaya Mauka project did go in for some adjustments to their project plan, and I believe they're currently exploring other options with council right now. But that plan does remain on the community plan map, and we are in our South Maui community plan update process. So what will be on the upcoming or forthcoming map, I think, is to be determined with the community. You know, the question of whether or not that location is appropriate for dense residential has been a subject of significant conversation and potentially concern over the past several years.
So is the extension consistent with the community plan for the designated area?
I believe the department feels that way. We recommended approval to the Maui Planning Commission in that effect.
And you base that on the fact that the community plan will be changing? Is that the reason why?
No, I wouldn't say that that was the basis for it. I don't think that there's any reason for the planning department to expect that these future potential uses could not coexist, at least for the term that the special permit may exist.
And how long did you game that out? In other words, how long can they coexist?
I wouldn't say that the planning department did some sort of analysis of years of how long. I think that the more in the context of whether or not there's any expectation that the existence of this quarry would produce use or outputs that were so noxious to potential uses around that they would be completely inappropriate or couldn't coexist. Basically in that context, I don't believe that the planning department felt that there's any reason not to recommend the continuation of the use.
But you do anticipate a time when they cannot, right?
In the context of a special use permit, I do anticipate a period where it does not exist.
So do you have any analysis, or is there anything in the record which show how long these guys have to conduct their activity? The petitioner has to conduct their activity before they have to cease because they cannot coexist?
I believe the applicant did provide information on their intent for the life of the facility.
And is it your position that, for analysis, that the 26 years would be okay for it to be there and coexist with the potential development that is on plan in the community plan?
Okay, so that's a very complicated. So first of all, as far as the impacts, I don't believe the department's position is that the impacts that are being produced by this facility are so inappropriate that other uses surrounding couldn't emerge or continue. Separately, what was designated on the community plan is not what's being pursued, and based on public testimony at council meetings and various other venues, doesn't appear to be broadly supported by the community. So they're basically looking at making adjustments to that separate from the community plan update. Now, then the final item is that the South Maui community plan update is being initiated for update by the department, and that is engaging the community. There will be a community advisory committee. There will be recommendations to the planning commission and approval by council. So that will be a completely independent, fresh look at what the appropriate use for projects that may be on the maps in this region are. And based on past conversation, I wouldn't expect that what is shown now will be what will be proposed by the community for the future.
However, the law as it exists now, that what must apply here is a community plan as it exists now. Isn't that correct?
I believe that the zoning underlying the Malaya Mauka project remains agriculture largely. And so in the context of what could be developed, there would need to be conformity between the state land use district, community plan, and county zoning before any substantive development could actually occur.
And that is the existing community plan.
The existing community plan.
Yep, no. The last question I have is that, Mr. Harper, isn't it correct that I think that Mr. Vega indicated that in 1988, there were initial studies done for rock quarry administration. So would the rock quarry be in existence prior to 1988?
That's a question I can't answer. I don't know if the rock quarry was in operation prior to then.
My recollection growing up here was that it was. And maybe even while I was a youngster. So in some form or another, we've had a rock quarry there for 50 years, 60 years. Is that right?
I can't answer that specifically. I think they had asked the applicant that. Maybe the owners or maybe the you would know.
I asked the applicant, they said they don't know. And I asked the, and the owners aren't here because they don't know. Mr. Hart is waving up and maybe he knows.
Chair, there are building permits associated with what appeared to be the applicant's predecessor dating back to 1984 for structures associated with what might be a similar use. Whether or not it contained a full quarry operation, I don't know the answer to that, but there were utility type buildings being described in our building permit records from the 84 era into the 90s.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Ohigashi. Commissioner Chang, I had recognized that you before. I want to go over sort of where we're at and manage our schedule here. It's 11:45. My suggestion is that we go to through any questioning of the county up to 12:15. If we are still on the county at 12:15 or just finishing, we'll take a lunch break for 45 minutes from 12:15 to 1. And then hear from any comments from the Office of Planning. Obviously, if it goes faster with Mr. Hopper, then we can end a little bit earlier than that and still convene at 1. Does that make sense, folks? Okay. Ms. Chang, Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Hopper. As always, your explanations are very helpful. I just want to ask you, as a matter of law, do you think the Land Use Commission can extend an expired permit?
I think that if they submit within the time frame contemplated by the condition, the State Land Use Commission permit has a condition that says a timely request for extension filed at least 120 days prior to the expiration date. So I think if the commission provided that time frame and they met that time frame, that yes, it could be and has been, I think, at least once it looks like twice previously, but it's certainly not the first special permit that I think that you looked at extending beyond that time. But I think that you can.
Okay, and is the 120 days the application to LUC or to the Planning Commission?
I think it's the Planning Commission because after that it says if the appropriate Planning Commission approves the LUC special permit, it shall forward its approval to the LUC for final determination. So I think that condition contemplates filing with the commission and then the commission subsequently, if they do approve it, sending it to the LUC.
Okay, and because I will tell you, I do have a concern about LUC reviewing expired permits. And I'm assuming the county proceeds as quickly as it does. What is your normal procedures for reviewing in matters before the Planning Commission? Because it took you 18 months, right? How long did it take you to address this?
I think I'd want to, on the general process issues, I would want to see if Jordan Hart could answer that. He works with the department who is directly involved with the day-to-day scheduling. I do know in this case, there were COVID issues and things like that, which are, were a bit exceptional. Based on, I think it's generally based on the commission schedule, and these items do require public hearings generally, so they have to be posted in the newspaper with 30 days before the meeting, and public notice is sent out, I believe, at least for the county permits that go along with this, to landowners within 500 feet of the property. So there's a process for it that can take some time, but I can have, perhaps, if Mr. Hart has anything to add, he may be more directly involved with the permit scheduling and issues like that.
I would just reiterate that it's been longstanding county process to basically, we receive the extension requests and the permits are treated as in effect until the final decision's made, even if the date lapses, the life of the permit lapses after they had been submitted. Some ordinances provide specific dates, days before the expiration date where submittals need to be made, or there could be conditions stating the same things, and provided that those are complied with, that's our process. And essentially the issue becomes, if we're not able to have hearings or have the process complete itself, including issues like going to council for conditional permits that may be intertwined with these other permits, that the operators of these permits would have a really difficult time trying to conduct business or figure out when they should file their extension, not knowing the actual duration of the process.
And I appreciate that. And I recognize that COVID has probably added some additional constraints during this period of time. But in my view, it's incumbent upon the petitioner, notwithstanding what the time period is, to ensure that their requests are being considered on a valid permit. And if 120 days is, what is that, 6 months? If 6 months is not going to be enough time to process it through the county planning commission as well as LUC, given those legal requirements of publication and notification, in my view, it should be incumbent upon the petitioner, notwithstanding what the days are, what the time period is in the permit is in the LUC conditions, to ensure that we are reviewing a valid permit. Many agencies, if your permit is expired, you start all over again. So I appreciate the explanations by both Mr. Harper and Mr. Hart. However, that's just sort of my own thought about this. Okay, let me just ask you, Mr. Harper, do you have any objections to, assuming that we legally can do it, to add the SHPD concurrence letter that archaeological monitoring may stop?
What, the official, the SHPD's letter that Mr. Dega had referenced?
Right.
I would not have any objection to adding that to the record.
Okay, because I know that is a request. There's a request by the petitioner and the county concurs with that. But in my view, without an official SHPD concurrence on the archaeological monitoring, I'm very uncomfortable about lifting that condition, because archaeological monitoring is required until we are officially noticed that it is no longer required. So, all right, thank you very much. I appreciate the responses.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioners, are there further questions for Maui County at this time? Commissioner Cabral.
Yes, thank you. I was waiting till the end to see if they all got answered already. I think my question would be to Mr. Hopper and with Maui County. You did reference, and I had questions about that. You definitely held public hearings over this past year plus on this matter, and the public in various areas was notified that they could submit information or come to a meeting, or how were you able to hold those meetings? Let's say if it was during COVID, or what was your method of getting input from the public?
Oh, I think, and Mr. Hart can correct me if I'm wrong, the requirement was a published notice of the Planning Commission meeting. I don't think there were any county meetings outside of the Planning Commission meeting, but the Planning Commission meeting for which you have a transcript was published in the newspaper, and notice was sent, I believe, and again, Mr. Hart can correct me if I'm wrong, to people within a 500-foot radius of the project. So I think that's typical with the permits that the county has, but I believe that was the public notification that was done for this project. And Mr. Hart can confirm that, I believe.
And in that method, especially with the 500 feet, as well as in general to the public, did you have opposition? People come with questions and or opposition as are concerns, as was stated earlier from the Sierra Club?
Again, Mr. Hart can correct me if I'm wrong, but I did not see there was oral testimony from Mr. Uu. I can perhaps go through the staff report of the record. I don't recall. I definitely do not recall any public testimony from the Sierra Club or specifically dealing with those issues. I don't know if there was other public testimony that's usually noted in the staff report that I'm looking at now. But perhaps Mr. Hart, if he knows offhand whether there was written testimony received. But there was a public hearing. One person testified orally, I believe. You have a transcript of that meeting. And the only other thing to confirm would be, and again, the other thing that was done was there were 7 state and county agencies that were sent for comments, and they got either no response or no comment. So there were some, the opportunity given for agency comments as well for the permit.
Okay, thank you. And then also in your folks' examination on the county level of the relationship between the landowner and the actual petitioner, the quarry, are you aware of any of the terms of that rental agreement or lease agreement that they have that would obligate the quarry to return, to assume that obligation that we're questioning of the landowner to return the land to the condition it was prior to becoming a quarry? Is that in those terms in that lease or agreement? Do you know?
I don't know if the application was like 200 pages. And so I don't know if the lease was included in that application. But again, I do agree that that's a private agreement. I think it was represented. This is our obligation. But there is a condition on the county permit on that. And if we need a stronger condition, I think that's something the commission can consider, because we do recognize, as I think Mr. Member Okuda had stated, the county wouldn't have, or the LUC wouldn't have the authority to enforce the terms of that lease. We would have the authority to enforce the terms of the conditions. So if a restoration plan is something that is of importance to the commission, such that the existing conditions don't cover that, I do think that's something that should be covered in conditions.
Correct. Okay. Well, thank you very much for the added information or reinforced information. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Cabral. Commissioners, are there further questions for Maui County? I have a series of questions for Mr. Hopper, but I want to make sure if there are questions from others. Okay, I guess I'm going to start by thanking Commissioner Axon for his statement prior to our break about that we are limited, to the record. His understanding that we're limited to the record on appeal, a point that Mr. Hopper brought up in his statements to us. I want to ask Mr. Hopper, when you were responding to questions from Commissioner Ohigashi regarding surrounding land uses, were you referring to parts of the record?
No, I mean, again, I could have objected and said, that goes beyond the record and not answered, but no. I think, again, the community plan, the existing community plan, the fact the Land Use Commission has approved in a docket for a specific project, I think those are
It was
both.
just a simple question, Mr. Hopper.
I think that the previous decisions of the Land Use Commission and the existing community plan are matters of record for the surrounding areas. I mean, I don't think the commission would have to remand and then have all of that in there, but I suppose it could.
Okay, Mr. Hopper, is this hearing today a contested case hearing?
Yes, I believe it is.
The contested case hearing wasn't held at the county level, and now we're on a review of that record?
I think that you're considering the rights, duties, and privileges of specific parties, who is the landowner, to have their permit considered after an opportunity for an agency hearing. This is a hearing that is required by law. And so I think under E&J Lounge, this would be considered a contested case, even though there's only one really, I mean, there's no interveners, but there's only one party. So I would believe this is a contested case hearing, and you would be subject to those requirements.
All of the requirements for a contested case hearing,
Yes.
but not the introduction of new evidence, which is generally allowed in a contested case hearing.
Well, you've got the odd procedure of the contested case hearing, where the commission's statement, and again, I don't see this verified in case law, but I know it's what the commission does, is that evidence needs to be introduced at the planning commission for it to be a matter of record. I would love to have this clarified, because I don't necessarily see restrictions on introducing additional evidence at your level, but that's been pointed out to us multiple times that that's a limitation. So I believe that you're in a contested case, that it appears that the opinion of the AG and the commission is that you're in a contested case where essentially the evidentiary portion of the hearing is closed, and that the parties orally discussing the record already are limited to that record and have to refer to that record. But I don't see how you get away from the E&J Lounge conclusion that this is not a contested case. And if there's other case law or other things like that that would confirm this is not a contested case, I could certainly look at it. But I do believe that it's a contested case based on the case law on that issue.
So, not that I agree with your interpretation that we're in a contested case right now, but so would you interpret 15.15.10 Part B of our Hawaii Administrative Rules? Then I guess how would you interpret that? And I'll just read it for you, right? So Part B, governing LUC meetings, says the commission shall allow all interested persons an opportunity to submit data, views, arguments, or present oral testimony on any agenda item in an open meeting. The commission may provide for the recordation of all presented oral testimony. The commission may impose limitations on the submission of data, views, arguments, or oral testimony in the interest of preserving due process concerns of the contested case proceeding. So what is your interpretation of 15.15.10b?
I think
in relationship to your contention that we shouldn't essentially allow oral testimony.
I raised the commission, the planning commission, as well as this commission, I believe generally has contested case hearings and allows public testimony as part of those hearings. You allow the parties to cross-examine the testifiers, and you allow the commission to ask questions, and you have the testifiers sworn in. And I think that that's a fine process. I think that's consistent with the contested case hearing process. There are others, perhaps Mr. Chip Chase and other attorneys, who disagree with that and believe that public testimony can never be relied upon by a commission in a contested case for its decision making. I do not agree with that. So my only thing to point out was to check with your AG on whether oral testimony can be accepted at this stage in the proceeding. If it can be, then I would question whether prohibiting parties from introducing additional evidence at this stage would be appropriate as well, because we're always told you have to refer to the record only at the planning commission. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe we can all introduce new evidence now, and I wouldn't object to that necessarily. but we are repeatedly told at this stage, there's no new evidence allowed. You have to have it all at the Planning Commission. And maybe that's not the case. And again, I wouldn't necessarily say that is the case. When in the first time I came before the commission years ago on a special permit, I was a bit surprised when the position was taken that, oh, if it's not in the record, you got to remand to the Planning Commission to establish that record and then come back before the commission. So I don't necessarily agree with that, but it's been consistently the commission's process. So if you can consider the oral testimony for the first time on these issues raised at the Land Use Commission level, and that's the precedent that you're going to set with respect to that, then I suppose, go ahead and proceed with that. I just raised that as an issue because I know that has been raised as a concern by the commission in the past. So I'm not necessarily making a formal objection to hearing that testimony, but you would want to consider whether it's consistent with the commission's process of not allowing testimony that's not a part of the record as evidence when you are considering a special permit that has been recommended for approval by the commission.
So I didn't hear you when I mentioned that 2 written testimonies had been submitted of people supportive of this grant action. The county didn't object, right?
Well,
I didn't miss an objection from you.
I think that's probably, if you're not considering testimony that was not provided to the commission, that would also be testimony.
I didn't miss an objection from the county, Mr. Hopper, at that time, did I?
No.
Okay, and I didn't miss one when Ms. Dene was sworn in and going to offer testimony, did I?
No, we didn't.
Okay.
We didn't make an oral objection to that.
I want to go to your discussion about agricultural uses of the land, and particularly the standards that we have to consider under special use permit. I might be misunderstanding your interpretation of the law. I do agree that the 5th part suggests that lands unsuitable for use in the agricultural district is something to be considered. But are you suggesting that if in the course of issuing a special use permit, the land goes from land that could be used for agriculture to no longer being able to use for agriculture, that is now a qualification for receiving a special use permit?
No, I think the commission rule on that is that if the land is not suitable for the uses permitted, like it's, I guess, particularly rocky, or the soil classification is poor for agricultural use, something like that, that's a factor in favor of having it being used as a special permit for something other than agriculture. I think that's the intent of that rule.
Okay, because I did ask, well, before I asked my questions of the applicant, I said I want you to refer to the record. I'm not trying to get new evidence. And I asked Mr. Dega what the prior use was, and he indicated it was for use in sugarcane. So I was relying on that statement, which I assume was in the record when I was asking my questions, that it's being transformed in some way. Last thing for me for right now. You mentioned agencies were consulted. Was the Division of Forestry and Wildlife of the State Department of Land and Natural Resources and or the United States Fish and Wildlife consulted during this process?
I read that from the staff report. I'd want the department to specify what agencies it sent. We can find it in the record. I just don't know the answer offhand.
Mr. Hart?
I'm going to need to double check the list of agencies that were consulted.
I guess related to that is, Mr. Hopper, would you agree that the 2006 decision and order from the commission is part of the record on this?
Yes, I think previous commission decisions, and in fact, that's 2011. I think it may have been attached. The 2011 permit was attached to the staff report. I don't know if I see the 2006. It may actually specifically be there.
It is.
Yeah, so I'm trying to find it, but if it's actually, if it was in the documents transmitted, yeah, that's in the record for sure.
Okay, and so when the commission made a finding that no endangered species were there at that time, if that's no longer the case, isn't that something that somewhere in this process we should be concerned about?
Well, I mean, it's a bit difficult. You had the only evidence of that, if you're going to consider it as evidence, was oral testimony today from a member of the Sierra Club. And that's unless the applicant or the department has any other record of that. For the first time at your land use commission proceeding, that issue was raised. And it's very difficult to respond to whether or not there's a presence of a potentially endangered species in the area. So as of now, we would want to know, I think, what is the evidence the commission is basing it on the concern that there may be endangered species there. I think that's generally what we would look at. And if it's going to be the oral testimony and that raises sufficient concern for the commission, then I suppose the commission can weigh that as they would like. But it's, I think, probably difficult for the applicant and the county to respond to that if for the first time it's being raised at oral testimony at the land use commission level, for that situation. So that's a tough one to respond to. I would want to have.
I do think the applicant stated in response to a question from me that there was no additional review of the property because for any newly listed species. So aside from the oral testimony of Ms. Dene, the applicant did state that it was not part of their process to look for endangered species that may have been listed since the previous issuance of a special use permit.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I don't have anything further, Mr. Hopper. I really appreciate your responses.
Chair,
Mr. Hart.
I need to apologize. I need to clarify my statements to Mr. Commissioner Ohigashi regarding building permits. I had a moment to take a little better look at that. The permits for the 80s appear to be associated with other uses. This appears to have been a much larger parcel, and only permits related to the 90s might be associated with this type of use. Thank you.
Did you have a follow-up for that, Commissioner Ohigashi? No. Okay. Is there anything?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hopper.
I just realized I wanted to clarify something. These were time extensions, and I believe they were definitely set out for public hearing, but I just want to confirm with the department if the mail out happened also, the mail out to individuals within 500 feet. I know that's standard practice for applications, but I want to confirm that that happened with respect to the amendments, because it occurs to me it may not have. So I just want to confirm that with the department, that the 500-foot radius notice was in fact mailed, because I wanted to correct that for the record if it's not accurate.
Okay, please. Mr. Hart. Not that, since I'm familiar enough with that place, there's not a lot within 500 feet, but
sure.
Yeah, to be property owners, I apologize. I'm going to need to dig through the file for that. I dismissed Mr. Fossey from the meeting. So
I think whatever process was required was followed, but I didn't want that to be out there if it didn't happen. But I think your point's taken, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hopper. Is there anything further, commissioners? Commissioner Ohigashi.
I was just going to suggest that that when we come back on the recess, that Mr. Hart can inform us whether or not that notice was.
If it's possible during the lunch break, Mr. Hart, to confirm that, that would be appreciated for sure. Thank you. Is there anything further, commissioners, at this time? Commissioner Giovanni.
Just wanted to remind the chair that I'm unavailable from 3 p.m. today.
Okay. Hopefully we will get through this and our other matters. Anything further? If not, it is 12:10. Let's recess for lunch and we will reconvene at 1 p.m. At that time, we will receive comments from the Office of Planning and any additional information regarding that one question from Mr. Hart. Hey, it is 1:02. We're back on the record. When we start, Mr. Hart, were you able to find out the answer to that question from Commissioner Ohigashi prior to?
Chair, thank you. For the extension of special permits, the department, when no changes are proposed, the department treats those as communication items with the Maui Planning Commission or the various planning commissions that we're dealing with. And so the noticing requirement for that is the publishing of the agenda at the clerk's office and on the Planning Commission's website, but there's no requirement for direct mail to abutting neighbors in that context.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hopper.
And I just want to apologize for my misstatement on that issue. There wasn't a newspaper notice or the notice to neighbors within 500 feet. There was a public meeting held with the posted agenda, which is on the county's website and is mailed to people that generally get those agendas. But I want to apologize for my misstatement on that, and I'm glad we got the clarification for the record.
Very much appreciated. Thank you so much, Mr. Hopper. Okay. Ms. Kato.
Thank you, Chair. My comments are fairly brief. The Office of Planning recommends approval of the 15-year time extension request from Hawaiian Cement, as recommended by the Maui Planning Commission. And this includes the recommendations to delete conditions 10 and 16 from the special permit. And please note that the Office of Planning did not have sufficient time to seek consultations with state agencies. So this recommendation is based solely on the Office of Planning's review of the submission. The Office of Planning believes that the current uses on the site, including the rock quarry operation, constitute unusual and reasonable uses that are appropriately allowed with a special use permit. As Mr. Hopper noted, one of the guidelines for granting the special use permit is whether the land is unsuited for uses permitted within the district. And in this case, the soils at the project site have been classified by the Land Study Bureau as having an overall productivity rating of E. So they are generally of poor quality and unsuitable for agricultural uses or the uses that are currently permitted within the district. The Office of Planning recognizes the important needs of the Maui construction industry that the quarry serves. Also, based on the record that OP reviewed, the current uses will not adversely impact the surrounding properties or public resources. Regarding the deletion of conditions 10 and 16, as clarified by the applicant, they are no longer applicable due to the results of the archaeological inventory survey and the archaeological monitoring plan that was prepared in 2008 and accepted by SHPD, and also the applicant's subsequent efforts. Specifically, we understand that the temporary site T9 was determined not to be an archaeological site and did not warrant any additional measures. As such, the conditions related to site T9 can be removed. For those reasons, the Office of Planning recommends approval of the 15-year time extension request and the deletion of those conditions 10 and 16. Thank you.
That's
all my comments.
Okay. Questions for Ms. Kato, commissioners? Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kato, condition number 10, as I understand it, SHPD's letter requires full-time archaeological monitoring. We heard from their consultant that they are not doing full-time monitoring because SHPD has concurred with the cessation of monitoring given that it was just quarrying rock. But there's nothing in the record to say that. The only thing we have in the record is SHPD's April 2008 letter, which requires full-time monitoring. So do you have any objections to entering SHPD's letter that modifies the full-time monitoring to permit the cessation of archaeological monitoring?
Well, generally, I do not, as that does clarify it, but at the same time, I do have an issue with possibly there is a question of whether new evidence can be brought that isn't already in the record. And, we haven't reviewed it. I'm not sure to what extent it can be put in the record at this point.
Then the question from me to you is, how can you withdraw that condition if it has not been, if based upon the record, it's not, the petitioner is not doing archaeological monitoring? How can you recommend withdrawal of the condition?
Well, our opinion is, our recommendation is based on the representations made by the applicant and the information from the Planning Commission, that this is no longer an issue and that it's no longer applicable.
But the record that you're relying upon is the April 2008 letter, which requires full-time archaeological monitoring. So independent from what the petitioner has represented, how can you, Office of Planning, agree to withdraw this condition if it is still an outstanding condition?
I think Aaron from Office of Planning would like to say something.
All right.
Yes. Hello. Thank you, Commissioner.
Aloha, Aaron. I swear affirm your testimony is the truth.
I do.
Thank you. You might need to speak up. You're a little bit muffled.
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
Our reading of the materials, our understanding is that the monitoring plan was based on T9 being a historic site, and that once the determination was made that was not a site, the conditions to remove all the other conditions regarding that site were no longer applicable. And so that's the basis of our recommendation that condition 10 be and 16 be removed.
And I guess, Aaron, in all due respect, I guess I would disagree with your reading of that condition. As SHPDs, it says subject to clarification by SHPD, and their letter specifically says full-time archaeological monitoring for all area that's being excavated. The area had not been fully excavated at that time, so it didn't only rely to T9. It applied to the entire property. So I disagree with your interpretation that the monitoring was not only related to T9. That's what the buffer was, or the fence was for. However, the monitoring was because excavation was going to occur on the rest of the property. So I beg to differ with OP's interpretation of that condition. Okay. So Ms. Kato, is that your response? You're relying upon Mr. Sekigawa's interpretation? And I don't mean to make to be so technical about this, but I don't believe the record is, in the absence of that clarifying letter from SHPD, they're not in compliance because they're not doing full-time monitoring.
Yes, that's my understanding, that these conditions related to that site, T9.
Okay. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kato, a follow-up question to what Commissioner Chang was asking. Would you have an objection accepting that letter that was referred to, which Commissioner Chang was describing? And if it turns out that that letter does not say what the applicant's archaeologist has testified that it said, that we could consider that potentially element of a fraudulent testimony, and then the Office of Planning would have the opportunity, if it wished, to basically file a petition to get us to reverse the decision or modify the decision if that's really what the Office of Planning wants to do. I'm just trying to think of not a technical way or practical way of getting this done, because I don't believe practicality should override the requirements of law. But I think one way of resolving this consistent with the law is, unless you see some real present harm right now of allowing that letter to supplement the record, you'll be free to review that document, to consult with whichever agency or agencies or people you want to consult with. And if it turns out that the representations that were being made about what that letter really says are false, you can ask for relief. And that might be a better way than, requiring us to make a decision. And we'll make the decision, but forcing us to maybe make a decision which might not be, I don't want to say it won't amount to a real hill of beans, but that's kind of like what it might be, not even a hill of beans. So would that be an acceptable alternative? In other words, you allow the letter in and reserving your right to file a motion to set aside the decision if it turns out somebody has lied or misrepresented something here?
Well, with respect to generally allowing this additional evidence into the record, my understanding is that OUC's practice is not to, and that the evidentiary portion is over as of the Planning Commission's time. That being said, I think the OUC generally has discretion to waive or suspend rules for good cause. So,
yeah, I don't mean to. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but my view of what is allowed at certain points, and I'll admit to you, I haven't prepared my own internal memo with case citation, but I'm at this point in time, I'm more convinced with Mr. Hopper's analysis of some of these issues than relying on what I was actually thinking before. In other words, just because there's been past practice, unless it's shown that the practice is consistent with the requirements of law, I mean, just because we've done things a certain way doesn't make it right or even reasonable. I'm not saying we're wrong, but I'm just trying to, again, look at, would the Office of Planning just not have an objection to this letter being added to the record, reserving the Office of Planning's right to, seek further relief. In other words, if the Office of Planning thinks that there were some shenanigans going here or some misrepresentations, you won't be precluded at that point from raising the issue. And at that point, the Office of Planning can also make an independent judgment whether it's really in the public interest to do so or not. I'm just trying to find a way of ending this docket expeditiously without having to burn up everybody's time on something that may not make a practical or legal difference in the end.
Okay, I apologize. I think I understand the issue. It's just because I have not been in this position long, I'm not that familiar and I haven't looked into this particular issue. But generally, if the LUC feels that it is okay, the Office of Planning does not object.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioners, questions for Ms. Kato of the Office of Planning? Ms. Kato, so you said there was limited time and you did not have the opportunity, as is often the practice, for the Office of Planning to consult with other agencies.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So there was no consultation necessarily with the Division of Forestry and Wildlife?
That's correct.
Okay. What do you think I should do? Or what do you think we should do here regarding this? Somebody said on the record, whether it's correct or not, we don't know. Whether it should be considered as evidence is debated, but somebody has said there might be the presence of endangered species on this property. If I understand the time extension correctly, it's going to allow the full use of the petition area, so potentially an impact. Certainly, the 2006 decision of the LUC indicated there were no endangered species on the area, but this species was not listed at that time.
Well, the Office of Planning just reviewed what was in the record and submitted from the Planning Commission. And there was nothing in it about the endangered species, as you mentioned. And also the only indication of it has been from oral testimony from the public. And that I don't think can really be considered evidence. It's not part of the record. But if the LUC feels that there is enough there to make you think that there's something substantially missing, and there's something that's from this application, then I guess the option would be to remand it.
I mean, because I was kind of hoping when they said, oh, we didn't do anything extra for any newly listed species, you guys would be like, oh, no, like we totally always do. We talked to DOFA and they're fine. But actually, your response is the opposite. You didn't.
Well, we did receive this up. I understand that the application was not entirely complete until last week. And we actually only first received it, I think, on the 21st. So it takes time for us to review it and then to prepare letters to send it to the state agencies. And then the state agencies need time to review it.
I'm not berating you for a lack of consultation, just to be clear. But I'm sort of like, here's where we are.
Well, and at the same time, even if the state agencies had received it, there was no indication in the record that there weren't any endangered species on the property. So that would not have been
commented. But that was because the record wasn't updated to look for those by the applicant's admission.
That is correct. But at the same time, it's unclear to what extent. I mean, there has been any real evidence of this.
Correct. Okay. Commissioner Higashi.
So just to follow up on Chair's question, your recommendation then is to ignore testimony?
Not ignore, but I think just generally to consider it in your decision as this was oral testimony that was received, but not necessarily take it as there are endangered species in the property site.
What weight would you put? How would you determine weight of such evidence and the necessity of whether or not, because it is a big deal, an endangered species claim, and it does have significant ramifications. So how much weight do you think we should put on it? I'm just asking your opinion.
To be honest, I just don't have the experience to really say. I think that is up to the LUC's discretion.
Well, I'll give you a hint. The guys sitting up here probably don't have that kind of experience anyway. So, in fact, so that's the question that I have, and that's what I'm weighing in my mind is to what to do when this kind of stuff takes place, and 5 years down the line we're either accused of decimating a habitat for a unique creature that is only found in Hawaii. I'm not sure what to do.
I mean, if I can follow on your questioning, Commissioner Ohigashi,
sure,
of Ms. Kato, I don't think, just to be really clear on the record, I don't think the operators or the landowner is like, yeah, let's wipe out an endangered species. I think that if they were given fair notice in the approval process, if Maui County had said, hey, by the way, you should probably look for this, or their consultants had, or OP had consulted with DOFA and said, yeah, this newly listed species, we kind of know it might be in this area, you should look. They would be like, oh yeah, we'll take a look. We'll see whether or not, there's potentially any impact. We'll hire the right experts. We'll then see whether or not the county and the LUC want to put a condition on so that we can continue our operations in the course of doing this. I don't doubt that they're working with good intentions, because what they're doing, they're doing for the benefit of Maui by providing construction materials. I don't doubt I don't doubt that the witness is, I mean, the witness said on the record, they're not trying to stop operation of the quarry. They were saying we just have certain concerns. My problem is, you know, on the one hand, we want to see stuff go forward, not unreasonably. On the other hand, we don't want to inadvertently have our approval cause harm to certainly what I think would be argued to be a public trust resource, an endangered species. But we don't have a good basis. We just have like, it might, you know, somebody has said it's here.
Well, I mean, this was again raised for the first time by a witness who wanted to testify, and I'm not clear that, you know, they even reviewed the entire application. So I'm just not sure to what extent they have looked at this. And if it had been raised sooner, we would have looked into it. But again, it wasn't looked at the county level. And so it's not part of the record.
And
So
it
I'm
was
not
rushed
sure.
and
Mhm.
yeah, it was rushed when it got to you. Commissioner Giovanni.
So Chair, I was just listening to your comments. I was saving my comments on this topic to deliberation, but are we free to make comments on this topic at this point?
You certainly can. I think people have, I mean, I was trying to phrase mine in terms of a question for the Office of Planning as to what the council thought we should do, but go ahead.
I didn't hear a question, so that's why I asked
Yeah.
you if I can comment. I'm very concerned about the protocol that we might be establishing when any public testifier could come forward without any concrete basis or with concrete basis to lay a claim at this point of a conversation or a petition going forward, and throw it into a situation where we are seriously considering remand of the petition back to the beginning. I just have a lot of concerns about what precedent we might be setting, responding what I would call, in my mind, over in kind of a reactionary fashion. I mean, my understanding is that if there are endangered species that are threatened in any part of our community, there are means for that to be raised and considered in a more formal way. I'm not sure this is the way to do it. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Giovanni. Did you have a reaction, Ms. Cotto? Response?
I mean, I do agree that that is a danger to this because it's just based on statements made by a member of the public with no verification or evidence. And it hasn't really been considered. And there is no discussion on it, basically.
Yeah, I think the key thing you said, Ms. Cotto, is there's no verification. And so how are we to react anytime somebody brings that forward? I could see in all future LUC petitions, we're opening the door for somebody to intervene, not to intervene, but just to present public testimony, raising concerns from left field, unverified, and throwing everything into a turmoil. I just have a lot of concern about that.
Commissioners, further questions for the Office of Planning? Commissioner Axon.
I just have a quick question. Let us say that nobody came forward and says something is there. Then we approve the extension, and 2-3 years later, then an evidence came out. Then what happened?
Well, the LUC is considering this, whether to approve this or not based on the record before the LUC. And if it wasn't included, it never came up. Possibly it should have been raised, but if it didn't, then it's not something that it was considered. I'm not sure.
But that wasn't my question. My question is, if LUC approved this because we didn't have any, nobody raised it, no evidence of it, but 2-3 years later, somebody came forward with an evidence, then what is our recourse, or what should be done? Should it go back to LUC or what?
In terms of the LUC's procedures on this, I think there are LUC rules for appeal. I don't know if that might be past the appeal period, in which case I believe it would be too late because there's statute of limitations. But I'm saying this off the top of my head without having looked directly at it. I mean, perhaps the LUC's AG might know better about this.
Commissioner Chang.
Commissioner Axon, do you have any other questions?
I was just gonna say that I agree with Commissioner Giovanni, is that this is a kind of very dangerous precedent that, you know, we're gonna consider a late testimony without, you know, fully getting evidence and delay the other proceedings.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
I do want to follow. I think Commissioner Axon, I appreciate your practicality in looking at this. Let me ask you, Ms. Koch, I'd like to follow up on Commissioner Axon's point, because I think it is a really important one. Independent of the Land Use Commission, if evidence comes forward, let's say Sierra Club, there's documentation that there's an endangered species on the property. Independent of the Land Use Commission, isn't the recourse to send that information to the Department of Land and Natural Resources, DOFA, or to U.S. Fish and Wildlife for an investigation and a possible enforcement action? Because aren't they putting at risk the endangered species? So that wouldn't come back to LUC as an appeal of this extension. That would be a regulatory issue to both DLNR or Fish and Wildlife. Would you agree?
I'm not sure that I can answer that. I'd have to look.
All right. A great point, Commissioner Axon, because I think you're right that you know, even if we didn't know about it now, but it comes up in the future, I think there are regulatory recourses to address that. So thank you very much, Commissioner Axon.
Commissioner Giovanni.
I think Commissioner Chang is spot on. Based on my experience, when there is a taking of an endangered species, there is a course of action that can be taken for enforcement, and it does not come back to a permit or a special permit type of situation. It is an enforcement action by Fish and Wildlife, Department of Land and Natural Resources, or the courts, if it comes to that. That's my experience.
Well, when I said appeal, I generally meant appeal to circuit court, which from sorry, that was all. I'm sorry, I don't have anything else to say.
Okay, anything further, commissioners? I guess I'd like to allow for any sort of final statements by the parties before we go into deliberation. Give the opportunity to all three parties. Mr. Esmeralda, does the applicant wish to say anything further?
Chair, we'd just like to, again, thank you for your time and thoughtful questions. It was a good discussion. I don't think there's anything further from our side.
Mr. Hopper.
Just that if the commission is inclined to consider the SHPD letter, there is, I think the rule that I had suggested, and maybe there's another one, is 15-1563K, which deals with official notice. I don't think this would necessarily establish a precedent where you would have to allow everybody to submit new evidence in all these proceedings. But if there's a particular government issued letter that was discussed in the record, I think the issue was certainly discussed in the record, that may allow you to consider that. So I think that was the only thing I would want to add. I think I said that earlier, but just wanted to clarify that. I don't think it's necessarily a precedent overturning thing about not having evidence that the Planning Commission didn't consider. This may be a case where you can look at doing that. So just wanted to suggest that for you.
And anything further, Ms. Kato?
Sorry, the section he's referring to, is that that's in reference to contested case evidentiary requirements?
Mr. Hopper, do you care to respond?
Yes, it's evidence. It's what's the general section? Yeah, I mean, I think it's generally applicable to your proceedings. I think that you don't have a better, clearer rule of evidence that are specific necessarily to special permits. I think it's part of subchapter 7, agency hearing and post-hearing procedures. I mean, it's under evidence is what it's listed. I mean, if the commission believes that it can't consider it, I think this is ultimately up to the commission. I'm just making a suggestion that may make it easier, but if the commission believes that it can't do that, and that's up to the commission ultimately. But I was just suggesting this as official notice, which I think is, similar to judicial notice of certain things with, maybe you could do that with a government record, but if I'm mistaken and the commission disagrees with that, that's fine. But I just wanted to raise that as a potential avenue for consideration. And I think it's the closest thing you have to, rules of evidence, which of course, the Hawaii rules of evidence don't apply. So got a bit of a ability to have some leeway, but I just wanted to raise that.
Okay, I understand. I have no further comments. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, we can move into deliberation. Before we go into full deliberation, I'd like to ask our executive officer, Mr. Ordenker, who, thanks to the change of AGs on the Office of Planning side, as well as our AGs, might have a better recollection of, we actually did face an almost identical issue with a quarry in Hilo, except for the late testimony allegation was that there was a historic trail that was going to be affected. Could you kind of walk us through what we did previously? Mr. Ordenker.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to recollect the circumstances of that information coming in, because I actually, my belief is, my recollection is that trail was actually in the record, but there was some uncertainty as to whether or not it actually passed through the property, which is why we ultimately remanded it for further clarification. So the issue had been raised, or the existence of the roadway had been raised at the county level, but it wasn't clear as to whether or not, as to what the implications were, and more evidence was required. This case is a little bit different in that we have new information that may or may not be credible. And under those circumstances, either the commission can determine that the information lacks weight and therefore can move forward, or it can provide some weight to the information, however, craft a condition that would require further investigation, or remand back to the county for further proceedings.
Okay, thank you. The case was SP 14404 James Glover Limited. Okay, commissioners. So actually, I'm just going to read for the benefit of the commission, from our own website for that case. The LUC received a special permit application along with all necessary file documents from the County of Hawaii Windward Planning Commission on August 1st, 2014. The commission heard the subject application at its hearing November 20th, 2014 in Kahului, Maui. At the time, new information had come to the commission from the State Department of Defense regarding a potential property boundary dispute and archaeological sites. Since this information was not already part of the official record forwarded from the Planning Commission, the LUC remanded the application back to the county by order on January 23rd, 2015, in order that the new information could be reviewed and any changes to recommended conditions could be made. It was right when I started the commission, so it's why I had to sort of pull it out as to my recollection. But we're in deliberation. Commissioner Ohigashi.
So I'm going to move to remand. And if I get a second, I'll explain my reasons.
There's a motion to remand for further proceedings. Commissioner Wong?
Chair, I'll second to hear his reasons.
Okay. Commissioner Ohigashi.
First of all, I think that lawyers tend to argue things from both sides of their mouth, whichever seems to support them. I know I have in the past, and I think that we cannot move forward on conditions 10 and 16 because it is not technically part of the record. To make it part of the record would require us to take notice, which would then open it up to questions as to whether or not the Sierra Club would have standing to file status or some kind of intervener status into this matter. I would prefer that if we are to take that off, that evidence be properly introduced. The second reason why I think that we should remand is that I think that special use permits and the use of special use permits in the past sort of tamp down the temporary nature and the temporary use of it. And that's why I think that that the record should have contained a discussion or even an analysis of the community plan designation as it exists now, and what effect would this particular use be, or the impact of this particular use in the future. It should outline an idea in my mind of when are we going to stop and are we going to look for additional resources to meet the necessary needs, provide the material, construction material. And to extend for just extension's sake, I don't think supports the intent of a special use permit be temporary in nature and for unusual, because this resource will go away. This resource will be used up. And then we're going to give another SUP for 50 years to another place. Perhaps what we should be looking at is some sort of impact analysis as to what will happen after the use, and a record to show, yes, that we need this time to secure additional resources and areas where we're going to take a look at. Similar that was similarly done to, I think, the landfill operation, I believe, in Waimanalo. The third thing I wanted to say is that yes, there is a mechanism to report this endangered species. However, the guidelines that are required, the guidelines that are placed upon us is that we should consider this matter. So I think that we should remand for the purposes of having the Planning Commission establishing a record, investigate whether this is credible, and determine whether or not it should be addressed at this point in time. And that's the mechanism that we set up, is that the Planning Commission holds the necessary hearings in order for these issues to be brought up. We are not denying a project because of this endangered species. What we are doing is to say, okay, make the claim. You have to do it in front of the Planning Commission, and you have to provide your proof, and they're going to make a recommendation to say whether or not, yes, there is a need for a study for environmental, for this allegation, or that there is this allegation is totally bogus because it's too far north and it's not affecting the project site. For those reasons, I'm kind of, and for those reasons, I realize the resource that this entails, and I realize the importance it is for our construction industry. I don't think they're stopping at this point in time, but at this point in time, I think it should be remanded so we get a clearer record. We have some of these issues ferreted out, decided, and then we can go forward. I mean, besides the fact that I personally hate the SUP procedure because of a historical thing, but I think that it's more important that put a lot more planning, even though it is an extension of time. And an extension of time means that, yeah, we've got to live with this for 15 more years. We got to figure out what's going to happen during that 15 years. Things change. So we should have the best planning or the best record possible to show, yes, this has no impact on the next 15 years. That's my reasoning.
Thank you, Commissioner Ohigashi. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Chair. With the chair's indulgence and Commissioner Ohigashi's indulgence, I really haven't made up my mind. So I just had some questions to Commissioner Ohigashi. Maybe he can clarify or address or comment on some of my concerns. One concern I do share is the concern raised by Commissioners Axon and Giovanni. It's the fact that, and let me just preface my concern by saying this. I know we all value public participation. I think if there's any bias in this commission, it's like you better have consultation with the public, and we want to see active input from the public. But one of my concerns is a concern that if in these special permits, there is an existing process, and I know it's a burden for volunteer organizations like Sierra Club and others without a staff to have to pay attention to notices which they may or may not see, or notices which are easy to see or not see about county proceedings. But if there's really no input or participation at the county level, does that really indicate that we should really just not defer to the county, but have less willingness to upset the process? I mean, that's kind of like the concern I'm dealing with. I don't know if Commissioner Ohigashi, you can allay my concern or whatever, yeah?
Well, there's two reasons why I put it on last. The first reason is that I feel that there was sufficient sufficient basis to remand anyway. And the last, and since if it's going to be remanded, I believe that it would be in the best interest that we address that, given it our statutory duty to address it. The second thing is that it's a statutory duty, I always thought, and that if you are reported something, somebody should investigate it. And if it's reported to us, it would appear to me that it would be the best, it would be wrong for us not to say, yeah, if we're going to have it opened up or remanded, we should investigate this claim. And if it's found, of course, it's found with the resource of the county that it's not a valid claim, then they can say it's not a valid claim. However, those are the two reasons, and I cannot think of anything else to tell you, Commissioner.
Yeah. If I can add, just make a comment on this since it's deliberation. Would it be different, for example, this is no criticism aimed at the Sierra Club now. I'm talking general policy here. It's one thing for a witness to say, okay, there may be a historic site on the property which requires investigation, compared with another witness who comes before the commission, even if we consider it, gee, this is a pretty late stage, and say, okay, I have a volunteer surveyor who went out there. This is the survey shows these historic sites within the petition area. Here are additional supplementary reports to indicate that these historic sites are of value. This should be considered. In other words, the level of proof that a witness should be required to present, if you're coming in at the later part of the proceeding where there's a lot of reliance on the prior actions that have taken place, you got to come in with a higher level of proof compared with maybe early on in the proceeding. The level of proof is not going to be required to be that high because there isn't all this reliance that has been going on up until now. And when I say reliance, the presentations of all the parties, whether it's the petitioner or applicant, whether it's the Office of Planning, whether it's the Maui County Planning Office, it's relying on what was presented before. And as one of the other commissioners, pointed out, if something is brought, or the chair pointed out, usually if something is brought up, except for very few people in this town or in this state, usually it's addressed. So, I mean, is that something we should look at that if you come in at a late stage, you better come in with not only guns all loaded, but maybe with a bazooka and a tank versus early on where maybe a knife would be sufficient?
I guess we could make artificial burdens of proof or allegations to be made at any particular stage. But the way I look at it is this, is that it's like a judge asking the jury to disregard a certain statement. The jury doesn't disregard that statement. They take it into account and take a look at it. I don't think that we can disregard statements from the public in regard to whether or not there should be some investigation, in the investigative stage, it will be on the burden of Sierra Club or whoever they want to put up or whatever witnesses they want to bring to establish that there is an issue here. I am just saying that we should have an opportunity if it's remanded.
Okay, I understand. Thank you very much, Commissioner Ohigashi. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioner Axon, followed by Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love Commissioner Ohigashi dearly, but I cannot support the motion. If we follow this process, this procedure, are we willing to stick to this process moving forward? As you know, the petitioner followed all the process, all the requirements required of them. They filed the request on time, went to planning commission. The planning commission did their work and then made the recommendation to us. OP did the same thing, make their, we're talking about years now. By the time they put the request of time extension, several years, we went through these. OP made recommendation, the county made recommendation. And then all of a sudden, at this point, somebody came forward and says something. I don't think it's fair to everybody with all those work that is done. And my question now is, let us say we remand it to the county. They did the work again. I don't know, it might take months or years before the thing come back to LUC, then came back to LUC, and then the same thing. Somebody came forward and says, guess what? So do we follow the same procedures? That's kind of basically my concern. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Axon. Commissioner Chang.
I greatly appreciate my fellow commissioners. I generally like to defer to the island commissioner, and Commissioner Ohigashi has much more understanding of Maui. But I like Commissioner Axon. I guess for me, my balance is we've got an expired SUP. I have no idea what that means. What are the legal ramifications of an expired SUP? If we remand it back, how long will that take? In my mind, there are clear processes to address at least two of Commissioner Ohigashi and the other commissioners' concerns. With respect to condition 10 and 16, in my view, we don't delete it. That stays as, because the record does not include documentation to support the withdrawal, the deletion of that condition. If they want to come in subsequently and give us that SHPD letter withdrawing the archaeological monitoring, that's fine. But as it is right now, I cannot in good conscience delete that condition, because those conditions, and clearly their own witness has said they're not doing archaeological monitoring. So they are not in compliance. So I would not withdraw that. The other issue regarding the alleged endangered species. I have great aloha and respect for Ms. Dene and the work that she does. However, I believe there is an appropriate vehicle to address that. I don't believe that is the kuleana of the Land Use Commission. I think that should be reported, and we should direct Ms. Dene to report that to DLNR and U.S. Fish and Wildlife for independent investigation. And if they find that the petitioner is in violation, then that's an enforcement action. That is not a condition of the LUC. We may end up making it a condition should there be endangered species confirmed. But to me, at this point in time, it's an enforcement action. I don't know what to do with Commissioner Ohigashi's, his other point about the community plan not needing to be consistent with this extension. But at this point in time, I think I am more concerned about an expired SUP that may continue to be expired for an additional period of time, when there are clear paths for us without setting precedent to address those pressing issues related to condition 10 and 16 and the endangered species. So I, like Commissioner Axon, am not inclined to support a motion for remand, but I am more inclined to grant the petition for an extension, but not to withdraw, not to delete any other conditions. Thank you. That's my comments at this time.
Commissioner Giovanni, followed by Commissioner Cabral.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing but respect and scratching my head when I listen to my fellow commissioners and how wise they are in what they have to say. On this matter, in particular, alignment with Commissioner Axon and Commissioner Chang, and will not support the motion for remand. I think it's very dangerous precedent to establish, and I think the example that Commissioner Axon expressed at the end of his remarks, let's remand it. Let's go through the whole process. Let's bring it back to this commission. And then in public testimony, we'll have a precedent where any community testifier and says, I've heard about another endangered species that might be on that land. What are we supposed to do? Follow the precedent, remand it again, and start it all over? I think it's very dangerous, not only for this immediate petition, but for all future petitions that come before this body. As Commissioner Chang has very well said, there are mechanisms in place that deal with endangered species that become threatened at any point in time. And there are enforcement actions, there are reporting actions, there are mechanisms that can take in place. And I don't think any of those actions challenge this commission's duties in terms of the statutes that we have to live up to. We're doing our job, and it's not in conflict with what's going on in terms of enforcement of Endangered Species Act. So I think the primary concern I have is the very dangerous precedent of establishing unverified claims to come before this body at the last minute, and the automatic response being, well, we'll just remand it back to the county to manage for us. For that reason, I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Giovanni. Commissioner Cabral.
Yes, thank you, Chair and fellow commissioners. I'm glad to hear that my fellow commissioners, because I have to agree with Axon and Chang and Giovanni that I'm concerned that and I thought maybe I was the only one, but I'm not alone here, that every department and every agency, the county's in support of it, everyone says that it's measured, it's marks, it's done what it's supposed to do, and an agreement to allow this to move forward and to no longer be expired, in a sense, special use permit. So I too not gonna support the motion as it reads, because I think that we need to rely on the process and on the agencies and on the opinion of these different levels of government, which in various ways do allow for public input along the way. And so I think that then there's so many other agencies that if there is a problem or concern with an endangered species or pollution or misuse or something, that there's so many agencies around that can help solve that problem or address it if it comes to it. In case it might come back to us then. But so I'm not going to, as the current motion reads, be able to support it. Although I usually do want to support the commissioner from that island. Us neighbor island guys got to support each other. So thank you though.
Commissioner Ohigashi.
Well, I counted 4, so I guess I will put my motion on this. However, I leave it up to the commissioners to decide what motion may pass.
So Commissioner Ohigashi, you've withdrawn your motion. The seconder also withdraws, I assume.
I agree.
Okay. We are in deliberation.
Chair.
Commissioner Wong.
Thank you. Listening to the deliberation of that past motion, there is still some issues that was outstanding, and I agree with Commissioner Axon, I agree with Commissioner Okuda. So I would like to make a motion that kind of hopefully is a compromise with everyone, and still do some protection if possible. So if you mind, Chair, I would like to make a motion.
Please proceed.
I would like to move to grant a motion for order granting time extension and omit of this to 12/15/35 and deny the request to delete conditions 10 and 16. And that we add a condition that says that a study to be done and measures taken to protect any endangered species on the property and consult with DOFA and Fish and Wildlife Services. Add another condition that we added requiring that the applicant return the property to some sort of viable agricultural usage. Also authorize the LUC staff to make non-substantive changes to the conditions as appropriate regarding formatting, style, and other modifications to ensure consistency, and authorize the chair to sign the order in this matter on behalf of the commission.
There's a motion before us. Is there a second? Commissioner Cabral
I will
or
second.
Axon? John Kenpo? Commissioner Cabral has seconded the motion.
Second the motion from my fellow Commissioner Wong. Thank you.
Okay. Does the movant wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah, Chair, I agree with Commissioner Chang about this issue about the time constraints and, you know, what's going to happen with the permit, you know, its legality. So I would like to give them that, you know, extension of time. You know, there was some issues that arose regarding, you know, the yellow bees and whatever that came up from a public, you know, witness. I know we should listen to the public also, I mean, but a study at least and to meet with the specific agencies about this will help alleviate everyone's issues. And also, you know, there was a problem in this hearing about what we're going to do with this hole or this quarry after it's done. So, you know, bring it back to some sort of viable agricultural usage. And if they want to change it at the end for something else, then they come back to us. So that's why I'm pushing for this motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Wong. Commissioner Okuda. Followed by Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question to the movant and the seconder, whether they would consider, instead of having the property be restored for the agricultural ability as described in the motion, that the applicant be required to perform all duties and obligations that are required by the restoration plan as approved by the County of Maui. And that's my only question, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Wong.
I have no problem with that, but I also would like to say that any other federal, state, or city laws that has to be followed, if he doesn't mind with that.
Commissioner Okuda.
Yes, that makes plenty good sense. Thank you.
Commissioner Cabral.
Yes, I would agree with that, and including the amendment to the amendment that it would be any, the County of Hawaii or other appropriate government agencies.
County of Maui.
Maui, that's right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have an amended motion, which I'm trusting our executive officer will read to us prior to taking a vote if a vote occurs. Commissioner Chang, followed by Commissioner Axon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not inclined to support the motion with all of those provisions. I think the applicant is on notice that there may be an endangered species, and it is incumbent upon them to take all appropriate actions. I am concerned about making it a condition to do a study, and then I'm just uncomfortable with doing that. With respect to the restoration, I think it might be easier to amend the condition that says shall prepare. It should also say shall prepare and implement a restoration plan, or whatever that final condition. Because I like previously, I think Deputy Attorney General Brian Yee, trying not to create more conditions, but use the ones that we've got. So my inclination, I'm uncomfortable adding these other conditions with respect to the endangered species, but rather putting the applicant is on notice and they should respond accordingly. Thank you.
Commissioner Axon, followed by Commissioner Giovanni.
Commissioner Chen kind of threw a curveball on me. Actually, I agree with her. I'm only the original motion was acceptable to me because it kind of addressed Commissioner Chen's concern and also address the Sierra Club's concern. As you know, Sierra Club is not trying to object to the extension. At least moving forward with the extension and their concerns are being addressed. It's for me, it's a good compromise. So now I have to think how I'm gonna vote.
Commissioner Giovanni, followed by Commissioner Ohigashi.
Thank you, Chair. I'm kind of in the same boat as Commissioner Axon again. I generally support what Commissioner Wong is attempting to do. I'm a little hesitant about making it overly complicated and adding conditions that are unnecessary, because I do think that adding a study of endangered species is unnecessary, because there are mechanisms, regulatory mechanisms and enforcement mechanisms already existing to deal with that. And if the Sierra Club wanted to take that issue seriously, they could certainly utilize those existing mechanisms and not rely on a condition that the LUC might put in place. I also have and maybe it's my own misunderstanding, but I'm sensitive and support the friendly amendment that's being offered by Commissioner Okuda, that they've got to fix the hole that they leave behind and repair it. Not so it would be very much, as Commissioner Chang said, it would be to plan and implement a remediation of the property at the end of the lease. My concern or confusion is, where's the damn landowner in this process? And can we address that? Are we really going to rely on a leasee at the end of a lease to do that, when it's really the landowner's responsibility to take care of his own land in accordance with the designation of that land? So it is, earlier in this hearing, Commissioner Okuda used the phrase successors or assigns. Is that appropriate to put in this case so that we can tie together and the hole doesn't exist once the lease ends and the owner says, well, that's the leasee's responsibility, but they're long gone now. So how can we close that little gap there? That's where I'm at.
Commissioner Ohigashi.
Decided to support the motion and support the friendly amendment, including Commissioner Giovanni's request. I think it's most important that the landowner be held responsible to do such. However, the overall problem that I have that needs to be addressed, and perhaps it's not here, but for future SUPs, for future designations of areas, is the question of how do we close these things? How do these SUPs end? And what do we do to plan for the future for their ending? I was hoping that we would get some kind of direction or some kind of insight from the county of Maui to have that type of planning and have that kind of discussion within an extension, because an extension affects so many other things in the future. So I'm going to support this. But the days of giving out an SUP without knowing the end game should end. We're just extending and extending things that we decided to be convenient, that are convenient and good for people, but it's not necessarily good planning or good use of the property or helpful for our future. And that's the only reason why I said to remand. That's a major reason. The second was the issues that I've raised, the issues that were raised about the endangered species. Those are secondary. The main thing is that, hey, we gotta stop realizing what an SUP is, because what we've created is a forever thing rather than a temporary. And if that's gonna, if that requires legislation or that requires future thinking, so be it. But I was hoping that we could get that discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Higashi. We've been going an hour and 15 minutes. I generally tend not to try and take a break during deliberation, but we have 3 hands up, 4 hands up, including Commissioner Cabral. Chair hasn't spoken. Actually, the previous motion was removed before I could even speak to it. So I know we have some more deliberation to go. Commissioner Giovanni, you have a hard stop at 3. Is that correct? I'm going to suggest that the way our day might go forward is that we take a 10-minute break, reconvene at 12:25, try to wrap up deliberation by 3 o'clock, adjourn for the day, take up AES Solar tomorrow morning at 9, followed by the anticipated conclusion based on the motions before us of Hokua Place. With that, I'm going to ask, it's 2:15. We're going to recess till 2:25. Thanks for everyone's patience. I'm certainly reminded of learning within the first 3 months of my service on this commission to never guess as to what is going to take longer and what's going to go faster. Okay, Commissioner Chang.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, no, just trying to see you. I wasn't calling on you, actually. I just trying to make sure you were here.
Please stand.
Okay, and we have Commissioner Ohigashi and Commissioner Okuda. Okay. 2:25, we're back on the record. Commissioners Okuda, followed by Chang, followed, I believe, by Giovanni. Oh, no,
Thank
not
you.
by Giovanni. Okay. Commissioner
Yeah,
Okuda.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just run down the list. Number 1, I agree with Commissioner Chang's insertion of the word on the condition. I was not articulating it as clearly, and I agree that we should not mess around with conditions as much as possible. So I would agree with Commissioner Chang's recitation of the restoration condition. Number 2, I do agree with Commissioners Axon and Giovanni that we should not add any more conditions on matters which can be taken care of by other agencies at this point in time. And number 3, I do agree with Commissioner Ohigashi about the problems and the detriment to the communities across the state of the unrestricted use of the special permit. I won't go into all of that because I believe during the hearing we had on the Waimanalo Gulch landfill on the leeward coast of Oahu, I did make a point that I believe the use of the special permit process deprived local communities of input. And frankly, sometimes it's used to shove negative public facilities down the throats of people who are bearing an inordinate burden of these negative public facilities like a dump. So I do share Commissioner Ohigashi's concern about the special permit and about the fact that there has to be a more robust discussion about what happens when the permit ends. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Mr. Esmeralda, once the commission is in deliberation, we do not normally entertain comments from the parties. However, what is the nature of the statement that you want to share before making your statement?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to offer that Mr. Dega is on and might be able to provide some additional clarification to his earlier testimony if he's able to.
You.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I appreciate Commissioner Ohigashi and quite frankly, the Land Use Commission's concerns about the use of special use permit. However, in my view, that is a much larger policy discussion as most landfills around the state are on SUPs. So I am reluctant to expand this particular docket. So what I'd like to, in order to facilitate this discussion, I would like to ask both the move on and the second, if you would consider the following in lieu of your motion. And if you want, then you can keep it. But what I'm suggesting is that we would move to grant the petitioner's motion for order granting time extension to December 15th, 2035, and amend condition 12 to read that upon cessation of the Pōhākea quarry operations, the applicant, including the owner of the land, shall prepare, and this would be inserted, and implement, that's to be inserted, a closure plan to vegetate the site or other measures to reduce erosion, and I would insert this, prior to the expiration of the SUP. So that we have assurances that this is going to be done before the SUP expires, but that, and the condition already included the owner. So we're not adding that, and they must have been part of those discussions. But it would just be to add to implement, to timely implement prior to the expiration, and not have any other changes to this motion, not add any other conditions, but just to grant the extension and to amend that condition. So I would just pose that if the move on and the second are willing to withdraw and then consider this motion. If not, we will continue the deliberation.
I will give the opportunity for the move on and the seconder to respond. Just so you all are clear with where I'm at on things, since I haven't spoken yet, I am inclined to have some kind of condition related to the potential presence of an endangered species, and I'm likely to vote against a motion that does not have such. Commissioner Wong, a request has been made whether you're interested in having a different motion.
Chair, I'm pretty much in favor of Commissioner Chang's motion. However, the only thing I would like to add, Commissioner Chang, if you don't mind listening to this one, is to authorize the LUC staff to, fix up the motion for non-substantive changes, all that other thing, and have the chair, authorize the chair to sign the order on behalf of the commission. And also, the other question I have on this is, are we going to keep conditions 10 and 16 or delete it?
Oh, no, it's still, Commissioner Wong, excuse me, Mr. Chair, my intention is to keep those conditions.
Chair, because I hear after the deliberation of my motion and hearing Commissioner Chang's motion or possible motion. I'm willing to retract my motion.
Does the seconder, who I believe was Commissioner Cabral, agree?
Yes. Okay, I'm willing to accept the amendment from Commissioner
It's-
Chang, but now
It's
Commissioner,
being actually styled as a request to withdraw the motion and have a different motion made, rather
okay,
than amending your motion.
I'm okay with that because I've gotten confused myself and had some questions. So let's clean it up, guys. I think we're all kind of coming to an agreement of language that we can pretty much all agree to, including I do appreciate Commissioner Ohigashi's need, but I think that's a much bigger question than what we want to take up on this particular docket. Thank you. I'm ready for the clean new motion, or someone else can beat me to the second. Thank you.
Okay, so for the second time, a motion's been made and withdrawn. And we now have, I believe by Commissioner Chang, a proposed new motion. Would you please restate the motion, which presumably would incorporate the request from Commissioner Wong regarding clarifications from the LUC staff and signature by the chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion would be moved to grant petitioner's motion for order granting time extension to December 15th, 2035, and amend condition 12 to read as follows: that upon cessation of the Pōhākea Quarry operations, the applicant, including the owner of the land, shall prepare and timely implement a closure plan to revegetate the site or other measures to reduce erosion prior to the expiration of the SUP. The closure plan shall be reviewed and approved by DP. And authorize LUC staff to make non-substantive changes to the conditions as appropriate regarding formatting, style, and other modifications to ensure consistency, and authorize the chair to sign the order in this matter on behalf of the commission. Thank you.
Commissioner Axon. Is that a second?
Yes, it's a second. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Chang, you've already sort of spoken to the motion, but do you want to say anything more? Okay. Commissioner Axon?
I'm good.
Okay. Because if you guys withdraw it, then everybody will get a chance to make a motion and second something. So, but
Chair, you have the AG want to speak.
Mr. Morris? Mr.
Yes,
Morris.
thank you. Thank you. I do have a concern about ordering the landowner to do something when the landowner is not a party to this proceeding. The risk being that that condition may not be enforceable in its entirety.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed, Commissioner Chang.
Mr. Morris, that is already part of the condition. I read an existing condition that included the owner. That's not something that I added. That was part of the original condition that was approved in 2006.
But I guess my concern is that if we're ordering an implementation as well as a plan to be submitted, that could be construed as ordering the landowner to actually do something when they're not a party to this proceeding. That's my concern.
Okay. Okay. Your note is taken.
Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, and Mr. Morris, your point I think is well taken. Perhaps something can be added that the applicant will cause the landowner prior to the deadlines set forth by Commissioner Chang's motion. The applicant, the lessee, will cause the landowner to also consent and agree to what needs to be done as described in Commissioner Chang's motion.
Well, you can't require someone to get consent, but I guess you could say seek consent.
So I'm just going to interject here. If our Attorney General is advising us publicly as to the advisability of certain of our actions, among other things, we're, I think, possibly waiving any attorney-client privilege surrounding that. So I would really appreciate that there would be a communication with me that we suggest we go into executive session for further advice. But noting that, we will run out of time as well. Mr. Morris, do you have further advice to give this commission?
I've raised my concern about ordering a non-party to do something. That's all I'm going to say. If you would like to address it in executive session, I'm prepared to do so.
Commissioner Okuda.
Chair, you're correct. And I apologize too for asking the AG for advice out in the open. I don't know what to say. Maybe we need to go into executive session and if this is going to be an issue. And so also move that we go into executive session, whether it's today or tomorrow at some time, to discuss our privileges and other matters with respect to the scope of our powers.
There's a motion to go into executive session. Is there a second? Commissioner Chang, you have your hand up, but I believe you were shaking your head. You
No.
had your hand up from before.
Right, it's not, I'm not seconding the motion to go into executive session.
Mr. Chair, then I withdraw the motion because
Okay.
it looks like it's going to die for lack of a second. So I withdraw the motion.
Thank you.
Um,
Were you, Commissioner Okuda, were you done with your commenting on the motion before us?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Chang,
Yeah.
followed by Cabral, followed by Axon.
I'll try to make it very short. I believe the record, the testimony by both the petitioner as well as the county, as well as OP, had indicated that the owners, the underlying lease acknowledges that this needs to be done. I appreciate our Deputy Attorney General's caution. I think if the owner has an objections, they can come forward. But I think at this point in time, the fact that they had agreed to prepare a closure plan, I think it's reasonable to conclude that they would be willing. Now, how the owner and the applicant structure out who pays for it, that's up to them. But I appreciate the caution, but I'm comfortable with the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Axon and Cabral. No, not Commissioner Axon, Commissioner Cabral.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. That was, I was going to say that I administer, that's what I do for a living. I have around 250 commercial leases in place. And all of those leases, the property owner ultimately becomes very responsible for almost any damage that's done to a property if the tenant doesn't do it. So I'm okay. It may be not enforceable by us in the future, but I think it is still something to tie those two together as the original order is appropriate to at least keep them tied together. Thank you.
Commissioners, we are in deliberation. We have a motion before us. Commissioner Wong.
Just a clarification, Chair, from Commissioner Chang. Just wanted to make sure. So conditions 10 and 16 will still be alive, correct?
That is my intention, because I believe the additional information by the archaeologist and the letter is not part of the record. So I would keep those conditions in.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Thank you, Chair.
Is there further discussion, commissioners? Okay. Then I guess I'm going to weigh in. I was originally going to support Commissioner Ohigashi's motion for the good reasons he stated. I am, generally speaking, inclined to support this motion. However, I want to suggest to my fellow commissioners and draw a distinction. I hear clearly and actually support the concerns of Commissioners Axon and Giovanni, as well as Cabral, that we not set up a process by which somebody can simply run in waving their hands at the last moment and raise anything and cause us to stop action and remand proceedings. The distinction that I draw, however, are twofold. One is, this is not our precedent. We actually did the exact same thing in Hilo for Quarry, no less. And we remanded the proceedings. The issue was resolved. It came forward to us. Nobody else came forward, and we moved on with a clear record. Secondly, you know, Ms. Dene, in her written testimony and in her oral testimony, also made a number of allegations or raised a number of concerns about cultural sites. The response from the applicant and the county and the OP was like, there's been thorough site review, and we do not believe any of those things have merit. However, in response to, could there be this listed species here? The applicant said, we didn't look for it. And OP said, we didn't have a chance to consult. I think it's a meaningful distinction. I would prefer to see the motion go forward. And this is with at the least a condition requiring consultation of the applicant with the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Division of Forestry and Wildlife, narrowed to the, if there is the presence of yellow-faced bees on the property, taking appropriate recommended actions. That would be my preference. But I don't know if the Movant and seconder would be willing to do it. I'm willing to vote against the motion without such a thing, but I prefer to vote for the motion because I do feel, in general, this is a very worthwhile project and the special permit should be issued, though I deeply share the concerns of Commissioner Ohigashi around the misuse of special permits. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, and you have been very thoughtful, and you have, you know, and I recognize how important this is. And I'm trying to figure out what is the best way to convey that so that we are still staying within sort of our kuleana, but we really are directing it to the right agency. So I think I'm comfortable with what you're suggesting, is that there be the applicant consult with DLNR and U.S. Fish and Wildlife on the issue that's been raised. We're not saying do a study. We're not saying, all we're saying is that the applicant shall consult with the right regulatory agencies, you know, and then they will take appropriate action. So, Mr. Chair, I think I am comfortable making an amendment to the motion to include as an additional condition that the applicant consult with the Department of Land and Natural Resources and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife on the issue that's been raised regarding potential endangered species, in particular, what is it, the bee?
Yellow-faced bee,
The yellow-faced,
I believe.
you know, I mean, we're not asked, it's just to consult, and it places the onus on the applicant to do that. So I'm comfortable with that. So I would make that amendment.
The seconder, who I believe was Commissioner Axon on this motion.
Mr. Chair, if it is just to consult, I believe I'm okay with it.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. We have a revised motion in front of us. Commissioners, is there further deliberation? Mr. Ordanker, would you poll the commission before anybody can say anything else?
Better have Dan vote early so we can get out of here at 3.
Okay, the motion is to grant the request for a time extension to 12/13/35 with the retention of conditions 10 and 16. And to amend condition 12 regarding closure and remediation as stated by Commissioner Chang. And for the applicant to consult with DOFA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service with regard to protection of endangered species, and that staff be authorized to make non-substantive changes and the chair sign the order.
The movant was Commissioner Chang and the seconder was Commissioner Axon.
Yeah, gotcha.
Commissioner Giovanni? Sorry.
My understanding of your friendly amendment was to limit it to the yellow bees, not to make it all endangered species.
That is correct.
Yes, yes.
So let's try to confine it to that in what we're voting on.
Okay.
If you would restate that provision, Commissioner, excuse me, Mr. Ordenker.
The applicant is to consult with the Department of DOFA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife regarding the protection of the yellow-faced bees. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. Ordenker, I would draft it as with respect to the issue that's been raised regarding potential endangered species, the yellow bee. I mean, it's just an issue that's been raised. We don't know if it exists there. So it's just to consult on this issue that's been raised.
Okay, so to consult with DOFA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife with regard to the issue raised with regard to yellow-faced bees.
Yes.
Commissioner Giovanni, does that capture the concern you had?
Yeah, I like not including the words endangered species. It hasn't even been verified that it's on the list for endangered species before this commission.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. We have a motion. Mr. Ardenka, please poll the commission.
Commissioner Chang.
Aye.
Commissioner Exxon.
Aye.
Commissioner Cabral.
Yes.
Commissioner Giovanni.
Aye.
Commissioner Okuda.
Yes.
Commissioner Ohigashi.
Yes, with reservations.
Commissioner Wong.
Yes.
Chair Schreier.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you to the applicant, the County of Maui, and the Office of Planning, and to the various consultants on this project and testifiers, those in favor with it and those concerned. It is 2:49. I'm going to suggest that we go into recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, when we will have 2 remaining items on the agenda. First of all, continued action on docket SP 21411 AES West Oahu Solar LLC, and then continued action on HG Kauai Joint Venture LLC Hokua Place A11791. Any further business before we recess for the afternoon till tomorrow?
I wanted to I read that the damselfly is making a comeback and has been found in additional locations.
The orange-backed damselfly, that is true.
So.
Okay, that was not the business that I was anticipating somebody might raise, but thank you for that natural history moment, Commissioner Cabral. Anything further? If not, we're in recess till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Mahalo.
Chair and members.